Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and audience from afar, welcome to the final day of the ASEAN Youth Camp 2025. My name's Cecilia Helswick.
And my name's Jomthai Totathiang. We'll be acting as the masters of ceremony for today, and we hope everyone is ready.
After days of everyone's hard work and dedication, the long-awaited moment has arrived. It is time for the AI for Green Sustainability competition.
Today, our participants will unveil their creative solutions, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to drive a more sustainable future. Each team will have 7 minutes to present their project and 7 minutes to answer the questions. We encourage everyone to give them your full attention and enthusiastic support.
We are honored today by the presence of our esteemed judges who bring in insightful perspectives and experiences from leading organizations.
Joining with us today are Mr. Hans Stauter, Managing Director of the Dacta Asia from Germany.
Ms. Juliana Maslou, Programmer Coordinators and M&E Specialist of Zoological Society of London from the United Kingdom.
Mr. Jordi Marin Valeras, Education Attached from the Embassy of Spain in Bangkok.
Mr. Jonas Averman, Skill Up Lead from Skill Up Global Australia.
Dr. Fayao Khan, Program Specialist for Education, Head Transformative Education Unit from the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok, who is on her way here.
And finally, joining us online, Dr. Christoph Fenwashi, Senior Researcher in STEAM, Finnish Institution for Education Research from University of Jyväskylä, Finland.
Their expertise, they will be evaluating the projects based on innovation, relevance, and real-world application.
And of course, Dr. Krisachai Somsaman, the Center Director of Simeo Regional Center for STEM Education. And Dr. Orawan Si Bunryang, Knowledge Management Manager, will be overseeing the competition today.
The cue of the presentation will be in this order:
Start with Brunei Darussalam,
Cambodia,
Indonesia,
Malaysia,
the Philippines,
Singapore,
Thailand, Bangkok Christian College,
Thailand, Gamnert Science Academy,
Thailand, Princess Julapon Science High School, Nakhon Si Thammarat,
Thailand, Rung Arun School,
Thailand, Sam Sen Vichayalai School,
Lao People's Democratic Republic,
Vietnam,
Timor-Leste,
China,
Japan,
and South Korea. When it's your turn, please enter the stage from your left-hand side and exit from the right-hand side facing the stage. A time signal will be given when you have 2 minutes left and another when you have 1 minute left. The microphone and a pointer have been set up on the podium. Let's start with the first team. Please welcome the representative from Brunei Darussalam.
You have 7 minutes for the presentation. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone, to the esteemed judges and to everyone here right now. So we are the one who will be representing Brunei Darussalam. And our idea about tackling transboundary environmental issue is this. Haven't yet. So noted that the cards on your table were given to answer our questions right now. So have you ever done any of these activities? Like hiking? Okay, good. What about traveling? Of course. And what about this building? Have you guys? Do you guys recognize this building? I'm sure you do. So, but have you guys walked to this building? Well, then you should be noticing about the flowers, right? No? The fruits and the leaves. Have you ever wondered what will be the name of the plant? What will be locals call it? And what is the common name for it? And what about the fruits? How did it came to this size? And how did it grow? And what's the origin? And what about the leaves? Why is it that shaped? Why is it about poisonous? Is it like shrubs? Is it also herbs for medicine? Well then, let me introduce you. Oh, sorry. Rimba tag. The word rimba, translated into English, is actually jungle. Rimba tag is no ordinary app. It is because it's a mobile AI powered plant identification app. It is powered by, of course, AI, which is the main function is object identification. It is trained via edge impulse on ASEAN floor. So that means we use all the data that we collect from ASEAN countries. It also operates fully offline. So that means even in rural areas, low signals or no Wi-Fi, you can still operate without any issues. And it's also multilingual. So that means if you're Chinese, Malay, or English, you can still use this app without no issue. It is also a language breaker for everyone. We tackle transboundary environmental issue with our topic of choice, which is plant biodiversity loss. Why did we choose it? Well, it's because this issue is very common in our country, and we chose 3 other countries that also share the same issue, which is Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. Why? It is because these 4 countries, including our country, Brunei Darussalam, it is in the equatorial line. This app is more focused on the equatorial ASEAN countries. What are the threats actually? Well, habitat loss, lack of public awareness, and also language barrier. So, if you can see on the left side, this is a picture that we got of the forest cover loss on Borneo from 1900 to 2000 and to 2020. That's very far. This picture shows the outskirts of the tropical rainforest starting to diminish. You could see on the middle is the only thing that survived. We actually got this picture from WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature. Moving on to the next one.
So let's see how Rimba tag actually works. So here, the way to use it is pretty simple. Just scan, you learn, and then you can share it as well. So of course you have to download the app because how will you even use it? So you photograph using the app a plant, and it will show you as tags the information, like if it's medicinal, invasive, etc. And it has the function of a geotag, which is pinpointing the location of the plant and declaring it there. And it also adds cultural notes. That means you can add it yourself, but of course, it must be reviewed by a developer first. And since it's offline, it will save data, it will save storage, and any unknown plants will be stored and flagged for later on. Like this, it will be auto-synced upload to a cloud training when you have Wi-Fi. Any low-confident IDs are to be expert reviewed, like the plants that don't have high accuracy will be reviewed by us ourselves. So here, this is an example how we use it. You just point it towards a plant picture. It will show the name, if it's endangered, if it's invasive, medicinal. But it won't just be this. It will be like the information as well. Like if it's medicinal in the way that it's a folk remedy to treat indigestion and a low sugar for diabetes. See here, we have an example of a happy student after using Rimba tag. It's a well-informed and happy student. So the tech behind the tag, is a catchy name, is we use Edge Impulse to train the AI with multiple high-quality pictures. And we use the AI to detect and classify it by itself. And it even operates offline, like said before, by saying that it's download the data of the region of the plants beforehand. And any new offline data it currently was offline will be uploaded into the system database when it's later online. This is our AI model, Edge Impulse. We have 70 pictures, 9 species with an accuracy of 92.9%, a loss of only 0.15.
Now let me show you the media. This is how it looks like. For everyone in every language, this app supports free regional languages such as English, Malay, and Chinese. This app is designed for all ages and it is user-friendly. We also collaborate with experts. User interface of RimbaTag. This is how the app looks like if you upload the picture. It will show you the scientific name, the tags, and even extra infos. So, why this RimbaTag matters? Early tracking of invasive endangered species, bridging science communities, and improving quality of local life, such as farming. We also locate, care, and propagate. In terms of education, we integrate into STEM education in school and society involvement. These are the 4 SDGs we support. Quality education, hands-on activities, field trips, climate actions, forest conservations to reduce global warming, life on land, tracking species, and we also protect them from the public. Okay.
May I?
Yeah. Judges, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just got one question. You state in your use case that after the record would go online, it would trigger conservation authorities. What would that mean? What would be the action items for those authorities after someone tagged an endangered plant, for example?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but could you please repeat it again?
Yes, of course. So you state that after someone, after the record of the endangered plant would go online, the system would trigger conservation authorities in each country. What would be the action item? What would happen next, to your opinion?
So basically, it would give an alert to the researchers and the researchers, scientists, and other people, and will lead them to actually know about the plants early on. Like, they can't just go out. Sometimes they won't have time to do it. So us civilians or citizens, we can take it into our own hands and we can alert ourselves.
I have a follow-up question. So you mentioned that this can be used by or benefit local communities. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit on this? Because what are the incentives for local communities to use this application? I can see how students or researchers might use it, but why would local communities want to use this?
I can answer that question. So, you know how like hikers, joggers, and like adventurers like stuff like to explore mountains, like the natures, right? So, well, that's very useful for them because like with RimbaTag, if you saw like any type of flowers while they're hiking or like jogging and stuff, you could scan it and see the characteristics, the tags, and the info and their propagation method. And it also can be used like a volunteering mode. Actually, we didn't put it on the slides, but I can explain it to you right now. So we have this mode called, it's a gamification mode where it's like kind of like Pokemon Go, but it's a bit different. Yeah. So instead of like Pokemons appearing on the map, it's like the plants that you use geotag on. So like if you geotag this, let's say this flower, you geotag this as a medicinal flower, and like it is invasive, so it needs to be propagate like quickly, right? So you can just geotag it, and then people like hikers could like volunteer and propagate it on the mountain. So to make it fun, it will appear on the map, and they could just explore and try to find it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to know what makes your proposal different from what already exists in the region.
So what makes it different from current softwares now? Yes, so actually we took it into our own hands. It's completely Bruneian made, and it also shows like the data. It shows the propagation methods, the geotags, so you can basically pinpoint it anywhere. And it also collaborates between communities, so multiple nations can collaborate on one project or anything, use the help of our app. And what makes it really, really different is that it's completely specified for this, and it's also offline. It's offline. It's pretty rare to find something that's offline, and it's also very specific to ASEAN. But I must continue. We are hoping to globalize it, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, one more follow-up. So I think you guys didn't have time to cover this, but what preventative measures do you have for, if people are uploading photos of a medicinal plant or a plant that's eaten commonly by local communities, what preventative measures are there for, the geotags then bringing a bunch of people to commercially collect these, and then, that can cause a species that isn't endangered to then become endangered due to overharvest?
So actually, for this, we actually made a security measure, right? For the endangered species, we will actually make it private for researchers and other people, esteemed people, so they can use it. For regular people, unless they actually grab the phone and identify it themselves, they won't know that it's endangered. So that's a ability that is preventing from the security measures.
What about for the non-endangered but consumably valuable plants? So the ones that people consume a lot of?
Well, it can also be hidden, but it depends on the value, of course. So it will be hidden to the normal civilians. Of course, it will be alerted to like scientists, the Science Council, and like NGOs and government also. So like such as like the values and all that. Yeah, it won't be visible to the regular people, but it will be visible to like people like work in the government, like for scientists and like researchers like UBD, which is University Brunei Darussalam.
Might I add on? It will be different layers of security, since if it's like really, really endangered, it will be only available to the most, let's say, professionals of researchers, and the lower ones will be to all the faculty in the government.
Another one more question? Yeah, and another question, yeah, just as a follow-up. What international stakeholders would be needed to implement this proposal? I mean, I don't think you tackled this issue.
So we're actually hoping to collaborate with, I guess, the governments and other countries. But first, we're going to start in Brunei Darussalam, of course. We're going to be, if we ever get the chance to actually put this in motion, we hope to collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism and NGOs, the non-governmental organization. They will collaborate with us because it will also be good for them.
Thank you, Team Brunei Darussalam. Please return the microphones and the pointer at the podium and exit from your left-hand side of the stage.
And next, may I invite the representative from Cambodia.
You have 7 minutes to present. Your time starts now.
We'll restart the timer. Okay. So your 7 minutes start now.
So first, I would like to warmly greet everyone, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, all of the participants, staff members, facilitators, I would like to give you a warm welcome into our presentation. So, how do you use it? Okay. So, when we think about an ocean, let me just ask you, when you think about an ocean, you would usually picture a vast blue waters, teemed with many life and beauty. But lying beneath that surface, don't you know that there is a increasing crisis that's happening? So for our project, we are mainly going to tackle on the problem of marine waste. Okay, so before we start, I would like to introduce you to the table of contents. For the first one, it's going to be the overview. We're going to talk about the meaning of marine waste, the type of waste that's going to the ocean, and we're also going to talk about the impact that the marine waste is also going to cause. For the second one, we're going to introduce you the AI solution description that we have worked off. And the third one, we're going to talk about transboundary impact and why it is a cross-border problem. For the fourth one, we're going to talk about scalability and cultural sensitivity. And for the fifth one, will be the innovation highlight and will be the conclusion. So first, what is a marine waste? A marine waste is a solid man-made material that is discarded, dumped, and abandoned in ocean or coastal areas. But where does the marine waste also originate from? Marine waste doesn't always originate from the land, but it also originates from the coastal environment either. As we gave some examples of the marine waste, examples like debris of land-based or debris from oceans. So we're going to talk about the form of marine waste. What type of marine waste is going all over the coastal environment? First is plastic waste, or known as single-use plastics, like a bag of chips or plastic bottle, plastic bags. Those are the type of marine waste that is mostly found in the oceans. Why? Why is it such a big deal? Because not only does it goes all over the place. It has, basically, the marine waste doesn't really respect borders. First of all, marine waste travels freely from away from the wind, and when these plastic goes into the ocean animals can get tangled and can create suffocations. Chemical waste, organic waste, electronic and industrial waste, or abandoned gear and abandoned fishing gear, ghost nets. How about this? We don't really talk about abandoned fishing gear or ghost net much because people aren't usually aware. Why is it such a big deal? Abandoning and fishing gear, or known as ghost nets, is a huge problem because not only it's a type of fishing gear or trap that is being thrown intentionally or just thrown away in the ocean, and these can trap ocean animals. These can trap ocean animals underwater when we don't notice it. So, how does this impact on marine life? Marine waste has a serious consequences for marine life, threatening the health and existence for many marine species. How does that work? Again, like I told you, we're going to go back to our single-use plastic type form of waste. When the plastic is being transferred from a place, from one nation to another, it also can be decomposed into microplastic, and these can be consumed by marine animals. And when they are consumed, it has a lot of toxic chemicals that's going to be living inside it, and this can impact on even on our human health. And if we're going to talk about chemical waste, then it's going to also contaminate the water, which if it affects one place, and the fishes get affected by this contaminated water, can move to another nation and affect another nation too. So how does it impact on human? There's a lot of health risk. First of all, when we use fish, we use fish as a food. We look at fish as a food. So imagine if the fish get contaminated by the water, the waste, and when it consumes all of the microplastics, when we decide to consume it, it will create a lot of health risks and health problems. First is economic loss and damage to infrastructure.
Let's move to AI solution description. Waste detection and monitoring AI power image recognition model using image to detect marine waste patches or flooring deposits in ocean coastline. We also use satellite to detect marine waste and with the high resolution picture. We also use drone to capture real picture and predict modeling and forecasting. AI model can predict how marine waste will move based on ocean tide, rainfall, and we also use sensor to predict water level. AI is essential for tackling marine waste because it processing light data quickly and accurately, reduce human error, cut labor costs, and enable faster data-driven decision. It also drive innovation, promote international collab, and shift effort.
So we're going to our third point, so we're going to talk about transboundary impact. Marine waste doesn't just stay within one country; it travels across a country's border, so through ocean currents, tide, and even winds. Rivers and shallow waterways carry waste from inland areas to the sea, and even if one country can manage their waste well, but their neighbor country has poor handling waste management, it still could affect the water line and also the coastline. So this pollution does not only dirty the water, it also harms fisheries, damage tourism industry, and threaten marine biodiversity, and also affect the countries
Time's up.
that.
Thank you very much. Esteemed judges, the floor is yours for the Q&A session.
May I start again? Okay. I have a question. What infrastructure would you be using? Would you be using an already existing satellite infrastructure, or would you need to deploy your own small satellites?
Pardon me?
My question is in regards to the infrastructure, the technological infrastructure. Would you need to deploy your own satellites, or would you be using an already existing infrastructure?
Thank you for your beautiful question. For our project, we should use the already deployed infrastructure because deploy our own satellite would be cost, especially for the developing country like Asian. Deploying satellite would be cost a lot, and to deploy the infrastructure like a marine bot to detect a waste and then tackle all the marine waste would be more costly.
Thank you.
So for the trash detection and collection, would this be managed individually by independent countries, or would this be like in international waters, or where is this being deployed?
Thank you, Judge, for your question. For the robot, the marine bot will be monitored and controlled by multiple Asian countries with a shared data. So it's made the bot more easy to organize to organize the waste and then tackle the waste, because the ocean is not for only one country, because it's a shared border. Because ocean is a vastly open sea that a lot of waste will be traveling through tide currents, moving across the country. So if we share all the data from all across the country, it would be easier to tackle all those debris in the marine. Thank you.
I also would like to add a little bit to my members right there. So, like I said before, this problem is a big deal, and not only one country cannot solve it, because water resources is we all share with each other. So, like I said before, if one country can manage their waste well, but another neighbor country cannot manage their waste well, it would still dirty the water, and also marine waste would still travel to the neighbor country.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering about the technical or logistical barriers that you could anticipate. How would you overcome them? How would you solve the logistical and technical barriers?
Pardon me, sir?
Yes. How would you overcome the anticipate logistical barriers, technical barriers that you may encounter by implementing these tools?
So maybe just to clarify, she just mentioned an issue of, transboundary. If there's poor waste management in one country but not in another, how would you overcome that barrier, for example, or any other technology-based or implementation-based challenges?
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. So you mentioned that if one country can manage their waste well but the other can't, how would you overcome that technical problem? So we have to remind them. We have to remind that the other country, we share the ocean. It's a vastly open sea, and we have to remind them that we have to raise awareness that marine waste is a very serious problem, because we have to tell them that no matter what they do, they think, oh, it's just trash. One won't do much. But the more they think about that, the more waste you will raise, and then the more polluted the ocean will be. So we have to raise awareness to the other countries and tell them that in order to keep our world clean, to keep the country clean, to keep the ocean clean, we have to tell them that it is our responsibility, that we have to take care of the ocean, and we have to take care of the country. We have to take care of the humans that is living in the country. We have to take care of the animals, because, again, like I said, the impact on marine animals and the human are very serious.
I want to add some point. We can use AI to encourage people about the marine waste. We can nowadays technology is very important, so we can use AI to encourage people to solve the marine problem.
Another question I would like you just to state is, how would you, in your report, you mentioned that, you would handle huge amount of data. So how do you ensure the quality and validity across different countries of these data collected?
Pardon me, sir?
How would you ensure the validity and quality of the data collected across different countries?
Based on the data that we use, it makes the marine bot more accurate in detecting the waste, especially forecasting the waste problem, the waste current, and also predict the waste movement where it should be. So it's maybe more efficient, more efficiently monitoring all those waste, because marine bot need to know where exactly the waste is, so it is useful for the marine bot.
Thank you, Team Cambodia. Please return the microphones and pointer at the podium and exit on your left-hand side of the stage.
And next, please welcome the representative from Indonesia.
Your presentation time is 7 minutes, and it begins now.
Sorry.
We will restart the timer. Does the microphone work? Okay.
Check.
Your time begins now.
Good morning, everyone. I want you to take a moment and imagine something. Imagine waking up in a city that covered in haze. This situation is it's not a dystopian novel. It's a real situation that Singapore faced in 2013. These major haze episodes can cause 10,000 and 10,000 more deaths and mass hospitalization. This also can make more than 35 billion losses. So now the critical question is, why does this happen? Why are we facing such a devastating environmental challenges? So the thing is, Asian facing a rising cross-border environmental challenges. This is not from a single culprit. This is from three factors. The first one is climate variability, and then unsustainable practices, and the last one is divergence in institutional frameworks. This is real. This is not a theoretical report. This is happening. And now let's take a look to a plastic pollution that is silently killer. The plastic pollution is produced 19 until 23 million tons yearly, costs up until $19 billion, kills 100 more millions marine animals. Now let's take a look to the stakeholder that is related to transboundary haze pollution. The first one is the primary source is often in Indonesia, and then the affected country is Singapore and Malaysia, and the rest of it is less impacted by the severe haze.
All right. Out of the two major problems, we choose transboundary haze pollution because it has the biggest impact. It has direct impact on health of humans. The existing solution is an agreement on transboundary haze pollution. So what is the purpose of the agreement is to reduce the impact of haze pollution of two or more countries. The several stages of this agreement is forced monitoring and assessment. It gathers data from countries, the member states, and then it monitors. Afterwards, if there's a certain statistic that goes over the threshold, then there would be alert system activated. After the alert system is activated, then there will be joint emergency response, where ASEAN members take actions into tackling this alert system. Now, ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze pollution is insufficient. There are three major stages. But before we actually starting to monitor the data of each member, there is one long consensus process. Now, let's make it clear first. ATHP have several stages. And before actually doing the monitor, we have to gather the critical data to be monitored. And then, however, the critical data goes long consensus. And this is related to sovereignty concerns because not all the countries want to share their sensitive data to the ASEAN server. On the other hand, there's also one problem, which is the ATHP tools like ASMC and AHMS, which have data that is real-time and ongoing instead of predictive solution. Now, our solution is having predictive solutions, so ASEAN members can take preventive action instead of reactive action.
And that's where hazarding comes in. Hazarding is more than AI power system. It's AI power that have a decentralized framework. It enables countries to predict, respond, and evaluate how the crisis works. And then, first of all, it's collaborative and decentralized system. Our main focus is on sovereign concerns. For the purpose itself, it has pollution prevention and response by prediction, action, suggestion, and evaluation. Then we have two AI methods. The first one is federated learning, and the second one is multi-agent reinforcement learning. For the tools itself, we use two tools. The first one is artificial intelligence, and then blockchain.
So this is how our system works under the hood in more detail. First, Asian will provide a base model that will be going to copy it for all various Asian country members. And from that, the base model will be distributed, and each country have a responsibility to train the model, the base model, with their own local data and with their own local machine. This to ensure that every country member, including the Asian country member, have a respecting their data privacy of the country, including sensitive data, and also respecting their sovereignty as a country. And also, before they're starting to train the AI model locally, they need to pass a local pre-processing to ensure that the data is standardized enough to fit into the model, and the model can perform well. And after that, in the local training process, each country will resulting a weight and also a gradients. That the things that we're going to store in the Asian Standard database. It doesn't need the data from the country. They only need the weight and the gradients. From that, the model is ready to perform a prediction in real time. And if it is detecting a hotspots from the image data satellite, it will automatically starting a protocol called multi-agent reinforcement learning. This is the AI will automatically assign a task and decide who have responsibility in this issue and which stakeholder are need to come. And smart contract is also monitored in real time, and by the end, the system will automatically evaluate it if
Time
it is
is
going
up.
good.
Thank you, Team Indonesia. Now let's hear the questions from our judges.
Thank you very much. Could you specify a little bit more about the AI solution? You mentioned you want to integrate 3 key machine learning models. How do you get that together in one unified model which can be used?
Okay, just to clarify the question, so it's how the AI model works, right?
In your paper, you mentioned 3 key machine learning models to be integrated. Can you specify that a little bit more?
Okay. So we are using 3 main algorithm in this case. First is a CNN, because we are using an object detection model to detect a hotspot, which is base model is using a CNN convolutional neural network. And this is because CNN is often used and have resulting high performance and accuracy while handling image data. That's why we're using CNN. And the second algorithm we are using is RNN. This AI model is often used as sequential data. Particularly in this case, it's a video data. This is often useful if the data is dynamic. It is not a static image, but it's dynamic. In this case, it's a video. This is used for detecting a direction of the haze and direction of the wind, including its characteristic. And the third model we use is additional but also powerful, is a random forest. Or random forest is used to recognize the density of the pollution that have made from the hotspots. So it can provide a numerical data about PM 2.5 data to predict if the density of the pollution is big enough or not.
Okay, thank you for this wonderful resource. I would like to have clear, I mean, how would you address potential biases in data, I mean, from different countries?
All right. So in the model, we actually have the weights and the gradients. Then it will actually average. And the average is based on the samples of the data that is learned by each of the countries. So this will ensure that none of the countries will actually dominate the model.
we're using a weighted average, which is using a average of the all samples of data, then multiplied by the weight. So it is adaptable, including of the number of the data for each country. That's why it's not having a bias because it is adjusted according to the number of the data.
Right, but I don't see clear who are the stakeholders in this process.
All right. So the system is after the federated learning is implemented, there would be actually an output. Who are the countries, the possible source countries and the possible affected countries, and therefore they became the stakeholders, and they are the only who go to the consensus, not the members who are not impacted also go the consensus, but all the involved ones. And yeah, like that. And the coordination regarding biases you've mentioned earlier, we also implement blockchain to reduce the biases. So there will be smart contracts, and there will be actions for each of the country. What the sourcing country should do, what the affected country should prevent, and those actions will be actually learned from the laws and the rules as well as the governance of each of the country.
So you do mention in your paper and up there about this system of rewards and penalties. So who is deciding these rewards and penalties, and how are you going to ensure that countries that have limited funding are still incentivized to do that system if they feel like they will be penalized for not being able to quickly address these problems?
All right, thank you so much. So for the first question is who will give the rewards and penalties. So the blockchain and the AI will learn the laws and the norms. And for the laws and the norms, they will consider the limitations, their scalabilities, how the capability of the countries, and they will make actions that is related to the country's norm. Therefore, just ensure that the action that should be taken by the countries is aligned with the country's capabilities. And regarding the rewards and penalties, like that, the reward and penalties is from the AI and the blockchain.
So like who's going to provide or enforce those? Would it be the whole ASEAN coalition or would it be the individual countries?
So the AI will give a recommendation to the relevant stakeholder, and AI is not a standalone tool. It's a human involvement. So this is going to be a tool for the stakeholder of ASEAN for decision making. The sanction or the rewards is a responsibility of ASEAN itself, not the AI. AI is just a tool for decision making for the stakeholders of ASEAN.
Is there any question more we would like to answer?
And how would you ensure maintenance of this AI system?
So since we have the base model and each of the countries could actually copy the model again after many updates, they can use it for their own countries. They can predict the haze pollution of their own countries, or even we can make it a bit more global on the ASEAN aspect only. And for the maintenance itself,
it will perform periodically. So as I mentioned before, AI is not a standalone tool. It is also need a human investment. In a particular periodic, there is an IT department that will always maintain the AI performance and also retrain and doing a transfer learning to doing adjustment of the social changing and world changing. That's it.
And I would like to add as well, we use reinforcement learning. So the maintenance is also coming from the feedbacks of the ASEAN members or the users.
Okay. Thank you, Team Indonesia. Please return the microphone and the pointer at the podium and exit on your left-hand side of the stage.
And next, let us now invite the representative from Malaysia.
This way.
This.
And if you're ready, your 7 minutes starts now.
Good morning, everyone in this hall. Before we start, I want to ask all of you one simple question. Do you guys know how much plastic waste do we throw to the oceans every year? I hear you know from the audience. Okay, so let me tell you. 1.78 million metric tons of plastic enter the oceans every year. That is a huge amount. And so we, as the Asian plastic countries, contributed 67% of global plastic waste. This is cited from the research Plastic Emissions to the World Oceans in 2017. This is a huge amount that we should take priority of. And to be more specific, in the Mekong River, 80% of Mekong fish species is infested with microplastics. In the Pearl River, 73.8% of the Guangzhou surface water contains microplastics as of 2022. And with all this problem, we introduced one AI solution. Meet Maria, Marine AI for Regional Integrated Action. Maria is an AI-powered solution to take care of our ocean. Maria, with an AI-empowered technology, blockchain system, and chaos theory, Maria will tell us where the plastic is now, where the plastic will be going next, and who should take care of it. With Maria, we will achieve these 4 simple objectives. First, to detect the plastics, to predict where it will be going, to clean this plastic waste, and fourth, to implement a policy for all these countries to work together effectively. And next, currently, there is 3 big and huge problems for us Asian plus 3 countries. Currently, we are managing the waste in an ineffective way. And this results to our marine life to be contaminated with microplastics. This puts our health into a dangerous risk. And also, with that, Asian plus 3 countries is lacking in regional coordination as we are not collaborating and making a teamwork effectively to solve this ocean plastic problem. And in Maria, we have these 3 simple main concepts. First, we have an AI-powered plastic detection. Second, it is empowered with chaos theory for prediction of the plastic. And third, it is supported with a blockchain system to ensure secure data prediction.
Guys, let me ask you one question. What if we could know where the plastics are, where they will go, and stop them before they reach our dinner plate? Right? Well, let me elaborate it to you. First of all, let's start with detection. Maria used AI-enhanced tools such as hyperspectral satellite imaging and underwater fluorescence sensor to spot plastic waste. For microplastics like bags and bottles, image will be captured and the data will be sent to the system database and next to the buoy. Then the satellite will detect them by the captured images. In this project, we use 2 methods, which are satellite and buoy, to obtain the coordinates of affected zone. Data consisting location and size will be collected by satellite and buoy. Then, from the collected data, a prediction will be made. The prediction of future location will move the bots to come and clean up the debris. Other than microplastic, we also focus on microplastics. We use first other than microplastic, we also focus on cleaning up microplastics. We use the method of dyeing biofilm and detect by AI using fluorescent sensor. Once detected, the bot will move and the magnetic nanoparticle attached to the bot will enable the microparticle to stick to the bot chemically.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the ocean current is very chaotic. So small changes in initial conditions like the wave and the water temperature can lead to the widely different of the outcomes over time that cause the traditional trekking fail because the plastic move unpredictably. So we use the chaos theory to predict the location of the moving debris. But the chaos theory doesn't eliminate the unpredictability, but it quantifies the uncertainty, modeling how small error propagate by running 100 simulation with slightly different pattern, such as the buoy position and maybe the water temperature. So now we have the data from the satellite and from the buoy. We use this data to make the prediction using the chaos theory. In addition, we use the OpenDrift to generate a search cloud and generate a probability map that to show the probability movement of the debris. Instead of guessing, we used to predicting the location of the debris to make sure the debris robot work efficiently. Remember, we are not fighting the chaos. We are using it for our advantage.
Time is up. Thank you very much, Team Malaysia, for your presentation. Let's now move over to the Q&A from the judges.
Okay, I will start. I got two questions in regards to the buoys. You state in your report that the system will quickly send out buoys around the area. Will these buoys be stored onshore or offshore? And who's collecting the buoys afterwards? Are there like drones, they will automatically return to their stations, or will that be done by humans? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So these buoys will be on the offshore, and after it has collected data that we want to use in the Maria, it will be collected again by the Maria headquarters, such that it will be collected again for the data collecting in the blockchain system.
Thank you.
But following on what he had asked, after the being weird.
Check.
Check it. Sorry. So after the Maria has detected the location of the debris, how will the trash be collected and who is processing it? How is the responsibility going to be determined?
Okay, so after the Maria, the buoy detect the location of the rubbish, of the debris, it will make the prediction of the location, the next debris position. And then the debris robot will send to collect the rubbish in the ocean. And then it will collect, other than microplastic, it will also collect the microplastic using the magnetic nanoparticle. Okay, answer your question?
Yes, but less on the methods, more of like who will be responsible. So is it like the buoy that belongs to the country closest to where the debris field is? And if that's the case, how would you mitigate the challenge of the responsibility being on one country that's getting a lot of trash? Because, like, you know, the currents are moving all of the trash into one country. So is it now their responsibility?
Once the data are recorded, the headquarters of the Maria will go to the place that the location of the debris, and then they will collect it and send it to recycle place that is specialized to manage microplastic.
Just about this slide about blockchain, you didn't have a chance anymore to explain that, but regarding after recording the data, what you just explained about securing and making the data transparent, can you elaborate a little bit more on that, the blockchain process?
So blockchain plays an important role in this project. Maria's regional dashboard is powered by blockchain. So this can transform ocean cleanup into transparent and data-driven governance tool. All data, including plastic detection and also cleanup, will be recorded and it will be securely stored. And the data cannot be changed. This shared platform not only build trust between Asian and plus 3 countries, but also enable smart policy. This means every country has equal access to view the same information, which helps prevent cheating and also remove human bias. Does that answer your question?
There's any more question?
Yes, who is Maria managed by? Is it managed by ASEAN or by regional offices across the member states?
Thank you for the question. So Maria, it will start off small. It will start modular. As for example, for Malaysia, our country, we will start off in small rivers first, and then we will develop it to be on a larger scale. And it will be the same system for other countries as well. Does that answer your question?
So the body will be located at every national sea. Okay, yes.
And how do you propose the coordination between countries?
We will make the Maria to follow the international maritime regulations of all countries first, and then furthermore, this Maria can be implemented to the country specifically. Does that answer the question? No. Okay. Let me rephrase the word. With Maria, first we will follow the international maritime regulations of each country, and then it will be the responsibility of each country to take the trash of their own oceans for themselves, and with the help of Maria.
And how do you ensure coordination? I mean, with different cultural perspectives.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let me answer it again. These countries will follow their own national, international maritime regulations first, as for their cultures and their diversities and the conditions of their own countries. And then they will use the Maria for the cleanups of the pollutions in the oceans. And thus, they will make a move to, by their own conditions, according to their own environments of their countries.
Thank you very much, Team Malaysia. Please return the microphones and the pointer at the podium and exit on your left-hand side.
And next, please welcome our friends from the Philippines.
Your presentation will run for 7 minutes. The time starts now.
How many times have you been told that planting trees can save the planet?
We hear it everywhere. Plant a tree, heal the earth.
Let's say you actually plant a tree. But after 3 months, it doesn't even survive.
Now, imagine planting not just one, but thousands of them, spending millions of funds, community hours, and hope, only to watch them all, well, die. This is exactly what's happening right now in Southeast Asian mangrove restoration projects. Despite massive efforts, over 80% of planted mangroves don't survive. Why? Because we're planting the wrong trees in the wrong places using the wrong data. According to studies, mangrove planting schemes fail when the mangrove species planted mismatch key environmental factors such as elevation, water salinity, tidal range, and season planted, causing dead zones, failed plantations, and waste of resources. Because you see, mangrove ecosystems don't follow political borders. For example, the health of the mangroves in the southern of the Philippines affect the impact of the storm surges that hit Malaysia. Another, the sedimentation flows in Myanmar also impacts the coastlines in Thailand. So when one country fails in restoration, it also impacts neighboring countries due to biodiversity loss and weakened storm buffers. So, and yet we keep on counting restoration as an isolated and national task. So as ASEAN strategizes the movement towards a more sustainable mangrove reforestation and afforestation movement, we still lack unified and centralized AI-powered data that can predict suitable sites for planting mangroves, what species to plant, and when exactly to plant them. And so with this, we introduce to you LUNAS, an AI mapping and prediction for shared mangrove recovery.
LUNAS has 3 main objectives. It is to create a collaborative, centralized integration of data between the ASEAN region and to monitor the health of existing mangrove ecosystems and to predict where is the optimal spot to plant a seed of mangrove and what timing it is and what species it should be. There's already an existing world map mangrove, as you can see, but it is not regularly updated and there's no health assessments. Whereas in LUNAS, we propose a website dashboard for authorized personnel and government officials, such as the Asian Strategy for Mangrove in 2024, where they could log in and drop the files, and then the AI will classify the geotag and what specific coordinates it has, and also it makes a heat map for the health assessment, which is in 3 layers. As you can see, the blue dots can signify mangroves that are generally healthy, and yellow ones that are beginning to degrade, and red ones that are already degrading. The red ones send an alert to the website. As you can see, it has an urgent sign, which could provide an alert to the government and the initiatives that is like the Asian Strategy. And to further improve the health and prediction, the authorized personnel can
update the salinity in PPT, temperature in degrees Celsius, and the tidal distance in meter, and the elevation from sea level in meters, which are the key factors to a degradation of mangroves. And this will be cross-checked using satellite to a server, which could be put into a Firebase to put the data. Now, for the predictive modeling of the AI, it will look at historical data of climate change fluctuations and storm surge and their directions to find the correct three objectives we have to find the optimized place of where the mangrove seed should be, the correct timing, and the species, with reference to a threshold of a database that is the average range of a healthy mangrove.
Our lead implementing body will be the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, and along with environmental ministries. They will be guided by the ASEAN Secretariat. To ensure the accuracy of data, only authorized government organizations will be allowed to input data in the centralized database as presented earlier. And the primary beneficiaries for this project are, of course, the coastal communities and the fisherfolk, who will have a stronger climate resilience and livelihood protection. And the secondary beneficiaries will be, of course, the environmental agencies, researchers for biodiversity, and the general public, who will have an access to the unified dashboard.
Now our AI-powered system envisions to reimagine the way we restore mangroves with identification of high-priority sites for mangrove restoration and alert the ASEAN communities for possible discrepancies and the recommendations for restoration, and match the right species to the right site. Now this will lead to the smarter site selection, fewer failed plantings, stronger regional collaboration, and in the long run, 30 to 50% more mangrove coverage for restoration, stronger coastal protection, and framework for lasting cross-border ecosystem governance. For future plans, we plan to include the policy and cultural integration for each of the different communities and the different countries to ensure that the mangrove sites will follow the community customs and governance, making our solution connect to not just the policy but the cultural aspect of the ASEAN region. And it will expand to the ecological dashboard for real-time real-time data on ecological layers, including the specific species and the flora and fauna present in these sites, and of course, restoration progress tracking tools. Now, this makes LUNAS not just...
Time is up. Thank you very much, and now it's time for the Q&A session.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm really impressed. Why do you consider this AI model the most suitable to collect data?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, why do you consider this AI model the most suitable?
I think this AI model would be most suitable because of the recent data showing that people and government have little to no knowledge of when to plant a seed of mangrove, what optimal spot it is, what timing, and what species it should be. So with the correct data, we could recommend the optimized spot through the web dashboard, and the species through the 4 factors of the quantitative data and the correct timing through the seasonal changes.
In addition to that, we would also use the data for the predictive part of the solution, where it can predict the optimal spot based on the historical data from the climate and whatever we can see from the different countries and the different regions.
Thank you. And why do you consider this application an outbreak? I mean, an immense solution to the problem?
Oh, because this website it predicts the suitable mangroves and species and the areas, which is crucial because from our RRLs, from literature that we have read, one of the main problems is that we keep on planting trees, we keep on planting mangroves everywhere, monocultures, but the thing is, they don't actually work because they are not suitable. There are different types of mangroves that is, for example, for coastal, it should be known for the public and the government to know the right fit for that so it can actually do its job.
Sorry. In addition to that, we could also see the current health awareness of the mangrove ecosystems. When I told you the first picture in the slide, it was only the dots showing the mangroves, but not their health assessments. With our AI, we could see the health assessments of the mangroves and their specific data for the factors affecting their degradation.
According to a research study that I read, most restoration projects for mangroves right now actually have a 40 to 60% failure rates because they do not know where to place or what is the optimal spot for planting these mangroves and what are the right species to place.
Thank you.
So first off, I think you guys should pitch this to the ZSL Philippines team because they would be very interested in this. And we work on mangrove restoration. So just a little pitch there for you guys. And then also, so could you clarify a little bit about what sort of conservation actions this could support, especially in areas that are not protected? So for example, maybe an urgent or high priority site is detected, but it's not a protected area or marine protected area. So who will be responsible for conserving that and how would that be done?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, it's a little bit convoluted. So for example, if your application detects, an urgent problem or a threat to a mangrove forest, but that mangrove forest is not under national protections, so it's not a protected area. So what sort of conservation actions could be implemented in those areas?
Actually, that's one of the gaps that we have noticed with the previous advancements, that they don't cover really the unknown, like there are a lot of mangrove ecosystems that they do not recognize. So with our AI, aside from it recognizes that, we can also contact local authorities and NGOs to help in conservation, especially the, as mentioned, environmental agencies involved.
Just asking something on the AI side, because your presentation is really good. But normally with implementing AI projects, there will always be shortcomings or things which will go wrong. What do you consider yourself as potential shortcomings in LUNAS? And because you have to anticipate on things which could go wrong in a project and think about what could be potential solutions for that. Have you already considered, when implementing that on the AI side, on the data side, what could potentially go wrong and you see as shortcomings which should be solved?
We actually have thought of that. So for example, there's data from satellites and there's also going to be data collected from the different countries itself. And we can see that maybe there are times that there are discrepancies or differences in the satellite data compared to the data given by the different countries. So in the satellite, it could say that the mangrove is near the sea, but in the data given by the countries, it's actually near a riverbed. So we can have a system where it will provide an alert for the authorities to manually check and recheck whether which one is the actual correct.
I'd also like to add a problem with that is water salinity is also measured through our satellite, and it's not directly. We first need to see the color of the water, then change it to pH, and then we could calculate the band ratio for the water salinity. That's a possible future recommendation for more accurate data And it could be also scalable for engineering, since it is a sensor.
Thank you very much, the Philippines. Please return your microphone and the pointer at the podium. We will now have an interim break. Participants, please be back here at 10:50 a.m. I repeat, participants, please be back here at 10:50 a.m. And for the team from Singapore, please be on a standby beside the stage at 10:45 a.m. to prepare your presentation. Thank you. Your presentation time is 7 minutes, starting now.
Good morning to judges and fellow esteemed guests. We are from Team Singapore, and today we are here to present to you our AI pitch for green sustainability.
Next slide. So here's a roadmap of our pitch today. First, we will have introduction, the issues we have identified, and then our AI solution. Then we'll go through some pros and cons, and wrap it up with a conclusion and a Q&A.
So my name is Enzo.
I'm Navin.
I'm Louis.
And I'm Jensen. As you know, the AYC problem statement is tackling transboundary environmental issues with AI. How exactly can we implement AI in our solution? Today, we'll be presenting our approach. Before that, let's watch a short video clip that highlights the severity of the issue.
All this mining is causing water levels in the lake to fall abnormally during winter months, endangering aquatic animals like porpoises and populations of migratory birds. Other countries have similar problems. In Cambodia's Mekong River, barges scrape out more sand than can be naturally replaced. This kind of large-scale dredging caused riverbanks to collapse twice in 2021.
The river became deeper, and the way that the river will flow will either be faster or slower, depending on how the shape is affected. And that has consequences on river flows and on potential flooding or drought.
Dams upstream have also reduced the flow of sediment to the lower part of the Mekong. Experts say mining is also to blame for erosion along Cambodia's coastline.
Anything that we take out of the environment has an impact. If you take the sand from rivers, that sand will not reach the coastline. So eventually it will lead to coastal erosion.
Furthermore, the picture on the right shows how detrimental the effects of sand mining are near the Mekong.
So, have you ever wondered what happens to a river when its sand is stolen? I'm sure we all know about the Great Mekong River that flows through various countries such as China, Cambodia, Thailand, and many more. This river acts as a vital water source for over 70 million people. However, based on our research, we noticed a growing issue in recent years: sand mining and how it's impacting the Mekong River. So we decided to use this issue for our AI project, as we believe it is the most relevant to the problem statement and also addresses the transboundary natures of ASEAN countries.
This issue has serious side effects such as biodiversity loss, natural disasters, and erosions. These impacts lower the quality of the lives of the people who reside along the Mekong River. Life along the river has been shaped by traditions passed down by generations, which makes this culturally important. If this continues, both the Mekong's ecology and heritage will be at risk. So on your right, you can see a satellite image of the Mekong River. Now, let's see how AI can help.
Our solution uses an AI anomaly detection system fed by a data set of satellite images from NASA, as well as the usage of drones and IoT data to detect sand mining activities. It is through these data sets that the data will be able to give feedback to local authorities about the illegal activities, allowing the issue to be alleviated.
Local authorities may also make use of the Mekong River Commission guidelines and propose ASEAN Transboundary Sand Mining Code of Conduct. Through the mandation of automated mining zones, governments are able to reinforce the importance of the river to those who depend on it. They can take this further by integrating NMZs into river permits and environmental impact assessment rules.
For our solution, we have chosen a multimodal AI structure. First, a 3D convolutional neural network will process time series satellite imagery to detect sediment loss and bank erosion. Next, an object detection CNN using the YOLO V7 AI model known for its speed and accuracy will analyze drone images for mining equipment. Third, a long short-term memory network will scan IoT data to find irregular dredging patterns. The outputs of these models will feed into a graph neural network, which prioritizes clustered events and reduces false alarms when reporting incidents. While this system may not be fit for all countries, it can be scaled down using simpler models based on local resources.
Now, the main benefits of our solution is that our anomaly system can use real-time data to quickly detect illegal sand mining through anomalies like water flow and sediment disruptions. Drone and satellite images can also give us a sense of scalability. The AI also can use and monitor the issue without disrupting the communities residing along the Mekong. We believe this is more effective than manual patrols as it collects data 24/7 without any. And since our system stretches across countries, it can promote trans-boundary relations and cross-border cooperations, while giving ASEAN nations the most updated data from the Mekong.
However, practical challenges still exist. In this case, if we were to implement our solution on a large scale, the infrastructure alone would require significant investment by ASEAN countries. Moreover, countries may not have the technical expertise required or resources to implement the solutions efficiently. In addition to that, since different countries have different data sensitivity, countries may not be coordinated based on the data collected at different points of the Mekong River.
Based on our research, we found that a Southeast Asian nation implemented an AI monitoring system using satellites, drones, and sensors to detect illegal sand mining along its river. Despite the promise, the system faced challenges due to limited local skills in interpreting data and maintaining equipment, power and connectivity issues, and a lack of continued support.
Meanwhile, sand extraction remained high, leading to major losses of land loss along riverbanks. As a result, the system was abandoned and enforcement turned to traditional patrols. This taught us that high-tech tools must be backed by skills and infrastructure. Our solution aims to fill these gaps.
In conclusion, our AI system offers real-time
Time's
monitoring.
up. Thank you very much. But before we begin the Q&A session, our esteemed judge has arrived. Please welcome Dr. Frayao Khan from the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok. Now let's move on to the Q&A session. Over to you, esteemed judges.
So I guess following up on your last slide, when you mentioned that there had been a case study that had failed, so how specifically, I guess, do you propose that we bridge this gap?
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
So you mentioned that there had been another case study, right? A case study had already been done using AI to try and detect sand mining, but it failed because of lack of infrastructure. So what solutions do you propose to address that problem?
We actually have proposed our solution previously in the slides. So we can use the 4 ideas. So we use the 4 ideas to combine into one big solution. So we have learned from this failed experiment, and we decided our solution is to aim to bridge the gaps to make it a successful experiment.
So I guess just can you elaborate on how it's different from the original one?
And also, this is not just the previous solution that failed was only one country, and they didn't have enough. I don't think they had enough resources. But this solution will be across multiple countries in ASEAN +3, so they will to work together and help each other to build the system and maintain it.
Thank you for the presentation. What technical and logistical barriers have you envisaged?
Sorry, can you repeat?
What technical and logistical barriers have you envisaged, anticipated?
Can you please clarify?
Do you envisage any problems in implementing your solution?
Yes, there are a few problems because the solution presented is the ideal solution. However, the AI model could be expensive to train and implement in for some certain countries. So to solve this, they can simply use simpler AI models. And while this may be less effective, considering the fact this is widespread, this will be used across multiple ASEAN countries, they'll be able to help each other and all combine their resources to solve the problem.
Based on the fact that illegal sand miners move places quickly, so today they could be here and the next few days they could be somewhere else, what would be the perfect reaction time for authorities to interfere? Are the imagery updated daily? How would you overcome these?
Yeah, I'm thinking it should update daily.
Okay, and then authorities would move in immediately to close down the sites?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. How did you utilize local and cultural knowledge and wisdom to prepare your solutions?
Okay, so while brainstorming our solution, we decided to be well aware of any cultural sensitivities that are within the communities living along the Mekong. We thought of any traditions that the communities might have that would involve the being in the coast of the Mekong, and we think that if we implement our solution, it might affect their traditions. So we were wary of that when we created our solution.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I guess if there's time for one more, because you mentioned this would be a collaboration across multiple countries, but illegal sand mining, for example, might be considered sensitive data because it is inherently tracking illegal activities. How do you propose that data can be shared between countries while respecting laws and kind of local governance and sensitivity around data sharing?
I feel like all the sensors could feed to like one AI model, and the AI model will report the illegal activities to the nearest local authorities so they can solve the problem. Yeah.
Thank you. And how would you ensure that your solution is inclusive and respectful with minorities or indigenous groups?
So we actually created our AI solution so that it is able to quickly detect any illegal sand mining activities without causing any disturbances to the communities living along the Mekong.
From my side, how would the system distinguish between illegal and legal sites? And how would you handle that over different countries? Like, would there be a data sharing process of legal sand mining sites?
First of all, the government could input its information on where it allows people to do legal sand mining into the AI models, so the AI will ignore those, and also you could see if they overmine sand and mine too much, and then you can detect that and report it to the authorities. Yeah.
I just have a technical question, but it's also political. You've suggested using drones, and you've also spoken about cross-boundary collaboration. So would your drones map and survey within a specific country, or would they go across countries? This is a question for you.
There could be there will be multiple drones, and each drone will be assigned a specific area to monitor. So, and also combine that with the other sensors like satellite and the IoT data.
But would the drones operate within the borders of one country, or would they actually cross over into other
The drones will collect different data from different countries, and they will come together. They won't cross the border, so they will collect the data in their relevant countries and will come together to propose a solution. Yes.
They will cross borders?
No, no crossing of borders. So we respect each other's cross boundaries.
Okay. Thank you, Team Singapore. Please return the microphones and the pointer at the podium and exit on your left-hand side.
And next, please welcome the representative from Thailand, Bangkok Christian College.
Test.
Your time for this presentation is 7 minutes, starting now.
Hello, esteemed guests and judge. We're from Bangkok Christian College, Thailand. Every year, there are approximately 28.8 million people who died from air pollution. In ASEAN alone, lung cancer's death rate rose from 93,000 in 2012 to 122,000 in 2020, and the increase rate of 1.3-fold. With the economic toll of over 164 million USD in health-related costs. So, I want to ask everyone in this room some questions. Would it be better if we have a system that can predict and warn people of the air pollution? Or would it be better if all of ASEAN's countries combine their technology, data, and all of their brightest mind to create an AI model that not only monitor the air pollution, but also analyze the cost and impact to make sure everyone is ready for it? We're proud to present our solution that we believe can make all of ASEAN a better place for a living. Introducing AeroGo.
Before we start, let's play some games. Have you ever heard allergic reaction to a polluted air? Keep your answer in mind. The next question. Have you ever woke up with a high value of PM 2.5? Okay, next. Have you seen a news about the air pollutants in your life? Okay, and lastly, do you have to install an air purifier in your room or your house? Yes. This game demonstrates that the air pollutants issue are not a far or distant threat, but also highlighting that we should study where these pollutants come from and the causes that cause the life of millions of people worldwide. That's why we present AeroGo. AeroGo proposes a accurate way and affordable way that can track the pollutants value and all the causes that cause the pollutants to become higher and higher every year.
AeroGo is powered by an artificial intelligence framework constructed to accurately and affordably analyze pollutants. Spectral clustering is employed to classify pollutants based on particle size and origin. The model is trained on over 500,000 data points collected across Thailand, Malaysia, and China. An artificial neural network model is employed to predict how much each pollutant contributes to overall pollution. A low-cost network of IoT devices consisting of sensors such as the AlphaSense and Sensorion sensors could be distributed among regional municipalities to promote data collection and pollution management across large geographical areas. Data sets collected from sensors are subjected to association data mining, a monitoring tool. It is a step towards developing smarter and healthier communities across ASEAN and beyond.
AeroGo supports SDG 3, 9, 11, 13, and 17. With AeroGo, government can allocate resources more effectively by collecting environment data and disease statistics. AeroGo can analyze and prioritize high-risk areas and determine relationship between air pollution and disease, such as lung cancer.
We plan to collaborate with the Ministry of Urban Development, the Ministry of Environmental and Natural Resource Protector, and the Pollutants Control Department, and also the Ministry of Public Health to encourage the policy making for a effectively of policy for environmental and natural resources. The cost structure as shown here. Lastly,
AeroGo proposed a methodology of a new way that can track the pollutants rates of that can track the pollutant rate hit effectively, save the lives of millions across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now it's time for the Q&A session. Judges, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I would like just to know whether you've considered a funding or sustainability model for your solution.
Funding, if we are able to obtain government procurement licenses, will be derived from government institutions. We, as the developer, is responsible for providing updates to the system.
So is this system just, I guess, monitoring, or is it able to potentially be predictive?
This system is monitoring, but it is also predictive of the certain high-risk areas associated with pollution and certain high-risk areas associated with respiratory diseases.
Okay.
So, like for example, if we have a case like medical case, we can track down the pollutants rate from their living area, so we can know how to deal with them.
If you were to give a summary in one sentence for those who are non-technical skillful, how would you summarize it in one sentence?
Our solution allows users to see the patterns of air pollution and diseases to effectively manage the causes of pollution.
So I guess because you're trying to, I guess, make quite specific conclusions between, pollutants and, medical conditions, how, I guess, what is the scale at which you would be placing these sensors? Because I imagine you would need very detailed information. Otherwise, what's the difference between this and an AQI monitoring,
AQI sensors are not able to analyze the composition and causes of air pollution. Our sensors can do that, and we can monitor it at a regional scale, such as within each province of Thailand, because our device is designed with affordability in mind.
So beyond the government, we plan to collaborate with the academic institution, with the university, college, or school who in the area. So we can adjust the data from our station in the area.
We plan to collaborate with the Ministry of Urban Development to install and monitor the sensors within municipalities, and we plan to share our data with academic institutions for further research on air pollution.
Follow-up question. So how will you
The efficacy of our solution can be demonstrated by data analysis of epidemiological links with pollutants. Additionally, if we are able to obtain government procurement, the government will allocate certain resources to distribute our product on their own accord and based on their own needs.
Like it that you come actually with a product and use machine learning a lot. You talk about algorithms and you mentioned a priori as an algorithm. The algorithm being used for this, is this a priori or should a new algorithm be developed for this?
There is currently no ensemble approach present in the literature that can analyze the causes of pollution. This is the first instance that has been developed according to our research.
Would you be able to develop the algorithm?
To be able to develop the algorithm, we will need data collected from studies across the region of ASEAN. As of right now, we are able to identify 3 data sets from Chulalongkorn University of Thailand, from the city of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, and from the city of Beijing in China.
So you also mentioned that this would be able to identify pollution sources, right? So I guess at what scale would you be able to do that? Would that be at like the city scale or provincial?
The scale is going to be based on how many sensors are installed within the region. The more sensors, the more detailed we can analyze our data.
So on the first phase, we plan to install our device on the big cities, the urban areas, then on the province in Thailand, and also go beyond in the ASEAN region.
And then how would, I guess, the government or the enforcement agencies be able to use this data?
The sensors can be monitored by local municipal governments and the Ministry of Urban Development.
For informing like policies or changing behaviors?
So data obtained from our system can be shared with governmental agencies to inform public health policies to address certain high-risk areas associated with air pollution.
Thank you, Team Bangkok Christian College. Please return your microphone and pointer at the podium and exit on your left-hand side.
And next, let us now invite the representative from Thailand, Kamnertwit Science Academy.
You have 7 minutes for the presentation. Your time starts now.
Good morning, participants, teachers, and esteemed judges. Today, we'll be talking about one of Southeast Asia's most urgent and complex water management problems. How could we protect the ecological balance and way of life sustained by a river that flows through 6 countries? And that river is the Mekong River. Mekong River was one of the world's most vibrant rivers. Being ASEAN's longest river, it flowed through 6 countries: China, Burma, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. It fed millions and nurtured thousands of species of fishes, shaping culture, tradition, and entire ecosystem.
But now, the richness is fading because of this dam. Dams built independently by each country have changed the rhythm of the river. The water release become unpredictable, not changing by season but changing by economic factors. As a result, fish can no longer migrate to their spawning ground. Riverbank collapse, farmlands lost, and family needs to move. The river that once united 6 countries is now being pulled apart.
And this is the diagram illustrating the water flow disrupting in the presence of dams. It is shown that the fluctuation tends to increase throughout the year, starting from 2012 when the Sayaburi Dam was constructed. And this is the fish biomass loss. It is clearly shown that the fish population tends to decrease throughout the whole river, especially in the upstream of the Mekong River where the majority of dams are constructed. This not only affects the biodiversity of the ecosystem, but also affecting millions of lives living in a community alongside the river. So what is still missing in current dam management? Despite decades of studies, this management still falls short in some aspects, including the fragmented focus. Most tools optimize for only one outcome, such as considering for the hydropower efficiency and sometimes ignoring the ecological and social trade-offs. Moreover, there is the overlook of the legal reality of cross-border governance. And lastly, dam operations tend to be reactive rather than proactive because there's a lack of advanced strategic planning which can lead to rushed and unoptimized water release during crisis.
But what if technologies could help the river breathe again? And here is where Marais come in. Instead of guessing when and how much water to release, the Marais will simulate multiple scenarios and score it based on fish migration, erosion, and water level. This empowering both sustainability and resilience of millions who depends on it.
Now, before we go into our methodology, can we really access the data needed? So the answer to this is, yes, we can. While some countries may have policies to protect their data, all of the countries alongside the Mekong River has an agreement called Agreement on the Cooperation for the Sustainable Development of the Mekong River Basin. It states that every country alongside the Mekong River have to exchange water data, such as water quality, stream flow, and rainfall. Now, this is our methodology. It consists of 4 steps. The first one is data integration. We will collect ecological, hydrological, and meteorological data from agencies and satellites. Then integrate insights from communities and public documents. The second one is simulation. We will simulate water flow, water level, and land erosion and fish clustering to get fish migration, dam water level, and river water level data. But what are we going to do with these data? Well, we are going to use it to train our model. We'll train the XGBoost model to suggest the optimal way of releasing water from the reservoir. For example, releasing in the northern direction with the low velocity of water. But then again, how can our model suggest what solution is the best? Well, we will introduce you to the scoring feature. We will weigh the importance of the biodiversity safety, reservoir safety, and flood risk after releasing water. And then we'll finalize the score for each solution. And the solution that gets the most score will be suggested, followed by 4 more solutions that get lower score but still effective.
So what set us apart? Our project, Marais, fills this gap with the AI-driven solution. We use the multi-objective AI model to balance the competing goals and also create the scoring system which allow decision makers to choose the best suitable option. Moreover, we also integrate ecological and hydrological data with physics-based solution for our model as well. Lastly, we'll build it for the low bandwidth use, which support accessible even in remote regions.
But why does this matter? Well, nowadays, when countries ask for waters to be released downstream, sometimes the request goes unanswered, not because of conflict, but because there's a lack of evidence that are shared. And this is where our system that are science-based scoring and transparent come in. We can turn from vague appeals into clear and credible cases, helping facilitate negotiations and guide action that are both human need, that respect both human needs and environmental rhythms. Marais is not only a predictive tool, but a transformative approach that help transform the water management in the Mekong River. By integrating environmental and operational factors, it not only helps with restoring the flow of water, but also restoring the flow of life along the Mekong River. Thank you, and feel free to ask us any question.
Thank you very much, Governor with Science Academy team. Now it's time for the Q&A session. Judges, you may start asking.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. I have a question. How would you balance the responsibilities across the countries? As you may know, that different countries have different impact on the water levels, with China, for example, having more than 11 dams along the Mekong, and Thailand only have, I think, one hydropower project in Laos and not inside their own borders. So how would you tackle that problem?
So the country that is responsible of building that dam will be responsible of the effect of this. So if a country builds dam along the Mekong River, they will have to have the responsibility to clear this up.
Additionally, like our scores are based on what each dam needs to do. So if like the suggestion is that this dam needs to like maybe slow down the water releasing, then maybe the countries responsible for that dam need to like take care of that things. Like the responsibility depends on the environmental factors also, like which dam have the most impact need to take action first.
And moreover, because we provided many solutions for you, the country can also take the consideration of the economic situation into our choices to get their best choices on their current situation.
So if I understood it correctly, your machine learning model is using a multi-output regression. And I mean, just to start off, I mean, what would be the first step to start off the ground for this solution? The first step, the first concrete step.
So do you mean by input data?
I mean, the first concrete step to start, I mean, with this solution, what would it be?
Well, we have to gather all the data that we get and then like process those data before going to train the model, because data from like many sources may not have the same features or same columns that indicates a value. So we have to process all the data to have the same features that we could train accurately.
This one. You mentioned this weighting system, which is very interesting. However, because this is, a transboundary issue, how will this be agreed? Is there going to be a systematic agreement on what the weights are between countries along the Mekong? Or even within one country, how will the different stakeholders, the communities, the conservation organizations, the decision makers in the private sector, how will they agree on that weighting system? What is considered, more important or less important for decision making?
So in the scoring, the scoring is for the output of the model to indicate how well the solution is. So we will wait on like a standard criteria. For example, in the input data, we input a map to see which area is very risky for having flood after we release the water. So we will find out how dangerous that area is to get flood if we release water and get a score which will indicate from 1 to 10, and we'll multiply it with another score from the model which is in the close interval of 0 and 1, and then we'll have three scores which will sum in total.
And I think we use for the global criteria because it is safe for us to like share them out in the global criteria, because if we sometimes to calculate for the weight, like specifically, sometimes we have to access the data from the government, from the country, and sometimes we didn't have the access of that data due to political issues. So we will use the global criteria average as the rate.
And the main stakeholders are the countries that are around the Mekong rivers. And in my opinion, if every country that need to take action get like if the Mekong river really like improve, every countries around it will have like better, like it would be better for every country, as like the fish would be better, it would be better for like the communities around it. So I think every stakeholders will be more than happy to help with this.
Hi. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. You mentioned that the model is capable of learning complex, non-linear relations between the environmental impact, the environmental inputs, as well as optimal release decisions. To make those decisions, what are the implications for training? Because I understand you also say there will be some training that will be required. What are the 2 or 3 top priorities for training the officials to make the right decisions?
So we'll rank like the importance of each factors that affect like that will be effects from like releasing water from the dam, and also like the severity of like the impact will be like from 0 to 1, and we'll multiply that by the severity of the scenario, and also like
And when training the XGBoost model, there is a thing called like decision-making tree. So yes, so if it is good, this tree will decide that it is good or bad.
All right, thank you very much, Team Gumner with Science Academy. Please return the microphones and the pointer at the podium and exit the stage on your left-hand side.
And next, please welcome the representative from Thailand, Princess Julapon Science High School, Nakhon Si Thammarat.
Hello, test.
You have 7 minutes for the presentation. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone, all of the judges and every participant. We are from Princess Julapon Science High School, Nakhon Si Thammarat, Thailand, and we are proud to present to you an intelligent AI solution for cocoa quality inspection from farm to market, or we can call it Cocoa Shield AI. First, let's take a look on cocoa export data in ASEAN plus 3 countries. According to the OECD, Malaysia, which are the #1 exporter of cocoa from ASEAN plus 3 countries, has exported $84.51 million worth of cocoa to China, and also $56.51 million to Japan, followed up by Indonesia, which has exported $51.56 million to China and $25.61 million worth of cocoa to Japan. Now, finally, let's take a look on Thailand. According to the FTI, Thailand has exported $12.79 million to Japan and $4.55 million to China. The reason that we choose Japan and China to be our reference is because Japan and China has the high standard quality on buying the imported products from other countries. And by looking at this data, we can see that cocoa is a very important crop in ASEAN plus 3 countries. Next, our problem background. The infected cocoa got shipped to the sorting process before export, and then got shipped to other countries, especially in China and Japan, which they will soon be rejected and dumped away. This caused the waste of energy, like the exporting food or maybe the energies for cold storage system, and also create a carbon footprint in the for no reason.
And this is the main disease that detecting during import and export process among Asian countries, which can be categorized into 3 main types. First, black pot rot, caused by the fungus infection in wet conditions, cause the pot turn into black and rot. And second one, faulty pot rot, caused by the fungus with white mold, caused by spread fast in humid climate. And the last one is cocoa pot butter, caused by insect larvae born into pot and destroy the beans.
Next, our objective. We aim to create an AI that can analyze and detect the infected cocoa in real time and separate them from the healthy one. The healthy one we will export to other countries. We also calculate the carbon footprint of the exported healthy cocoa that got exported to other countries to let the exporter know that how much carbon dioxide that they're emitting during that process.
And our process, understand the export change. We look at where and why the cocoa happened, reject cocoa happened. Usually during the inspect late disease, when disease pots are already packed, that is our target solution. Next, train the AI models. We collect image healthy versus diseased cocoa pot and train a European model that can run on site at sorting station. Train the scanner interface. The AI will install at the export point like warehouse, loading dock, and using the camera or tablet system or conveyor-based scanner to check pot quickly. Add carbon tracking. Each time the AI flag bad pot, the system lock the carbon emission safe by preventing that the pot be being shipped. The includes avoid transport fuel and cold storage energy. Create report and label exporter can print a carbon score cocoa label or download batch label report showing how many kilograms of CO2 were saved for using in trade document or ESG reporting. And finally, test at the real exporting hub. We really test in the system, sorting facility or simulation and refine it based on how it works under time pressure and high volume.
For the AI training process, step 1, search for information on disease affecting cocoa fruits. Step 2, research about AI manufacturing. Step 3, search for cocoa disease dataset for training. We use dataset from Kaggle, which 800 image. Step 4, train AI model. Last step, if AI not accurate enough, we will retrain and improve the model. This is the result of training the AI model. The result of
And this is the image of when we simulate by using the cocoa image from the internet.
Okay, for businesses, first one. First one, reduce export waste rejection. Next, easy to use and scalable. Thirdly, support global climate goal, allies with SDG 12 responsible consumption, SDGs 13, climate action, and SDG 17, regional partnership. And first, lower carbon emission. Finally, boost exporter reputation.
And this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Again, we now invite our judges for the Q&A session.
May I ask why you say the detection system should be used right before export? I understand, of course, on the shipment side. Is there not a possibility with Cacao Shield to do that at an earlier stage so that also environmental impact with growing bad cacao, etc., will be less?
The most problem that we found on the step is the last step, which are the sorting before exporting. They are the most problem because before export they will also check the cocoa pot that if they are infected or not. Yes.
Could this be implemented from farm to warehouse, for example, instead of from warehouse to shipping?
We also can use our AI in that process too, but in this case, we are focusing on the separating or sorting before export.
So does this infrastructure for sorting cacao before export, does that already exist, or is that new infrastructure that would need to be put into place?
Pardon, can I get the question again?
Is there existing sorting infrastructure? So do the companies that are exporting the cocoa or that are checking the cocoa, are they already sorting through it before they export? Or is this like a new system that would have to be introduced?
Some of the factory may be already using it, but it is not like worldwide or well known that much for like every facility to being used that system.
Thank you for the presentation. I mean, I'm curious to know, how did you identify this issue affecting multiple Asian countries?
Can I get the question again?
Yeah, how did you identify this issue, this problem, affecting several Asian countries? How did you come across this problem?
Because like the change of climate maybe can cause the mold to be infected to the cocoa pot and can cause the infection. Is that the correct answer?
Not really, no. No, I mean, is there a general issue, a general concern about this problem? I mean, that led you to identify, I mean, the issue?
I really don't understand the question that much, sorry.
So, just to put it that simple, why did you choose this topic?
Because like when we export the cocoa that had the disease, like this cocoa have many cocoa disease. When we export that, we need we make many carbon footprint. Like nothing happen. But when we have only healthy cocoa that we export.
Okay, so the infected cocoa when we ship, right, they got rejected. So it is the free waste of use like the fuel, the oil for exporting. But when we export the healthy cocoa, they will be sold and we can get the profit back from the fuel that being used.
And in my province, in Nakhon Si Thammarat, it have many cocoa farm that we can go to ask the farmer that what the problem that we have, and we can fix it when you export.
Just for my understanding. So at the moment, the rotten pots are being exported. Is that correct? So there is no sorting system in place on the ground in Thailand or in any Asian country. So they export the rotten pots to the country and they sort them out in the export country.
So they collect first, and there is a basic sorting process, but it is not classified enough or not specific enough for the small imperfection got slipped through. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
This ask, do you hear me? Three diseases, black pod rot, and anthracnose, and cocoa pod borers. What about other diseases? What is the range of detection? Your AI
we can detect, but it will shown as one of the three infections that we have trained, because we are now focusing on the most top three infections that can be found mostly on cocoa.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Do you have any estimates of the current cost and of exporting all of these basically of the infected cocoa to companies, and what the potential cost savings would be, both in climate and in money for the exporting countries and importing countries?
We didn't focus on the cost of exporting, but we focus on the carbon emission of that export process. We can calculate it by times the kilograms, the weight of the export, time with the distance, and time with the emission factors.
Is that currently known or not known yet?
Sorry?
Is that amount, that carbon footprint of exporting rotten cocoa pods, is that known, or has that not been calculated yet?
It doesn't. It has been known. It's been known.
Do you know what it is? Can you tell me or no? Not a pop quiz or anything.
Can I?
Do you know the carbon footprint? Can you tell me, or?
We did. Unfortunately, we didn't know about that.
No worries.
Sorry.
All right, thank you very much, team from Princess Julapon Science High School, Nakhon Si Thammarat. Please return the microphone and the pointer at the podium and exit the stage on your left-hand side.
And for our last team in this morning session, may I invite the representative from Thailand, Vung Arun School.
You have 7 minutes for the presentation, starting now.
Most of us are eating a rice every day, but have you ever thought about a simple bowl of rice that we might be warming to our planet? So we will go take a closer look about that. Start with our problem overview. Right now, the population are growing so fast, so we need more food. That means rice is a big part of that. And by 2025, global rice production is estimated that it will hit over 540 million tons. And when it have increased or rise, that means we will use more fertilizer. And when more fertilizer has used, it's equal to higher yield demand because farmers apply large amount of fertilizer to achieve their yield goal. And when that happens, we have a major problem about nitrous oxide emission. And because excess fertilizer will change to a nitrous oxide emission. Nitrous oxide is one of the great greenhouse gas that come from nitrogen fertilizer. And when we overuse that, it will release nitrous oxide into the air. Why we select nitrous oxide over carbon dioxide? Because nitrous oxide is more dangerous than carbon dioxide 260 times, and it can remain in the atmosphere for more than 100 years. And as you can see in this slide, it will tell you about agriculture emit 10% of global greenhouse gas that mostly come from nitrous oxide.
Okay, looking at the Asian agriculture, these are 3 countries that doing the most agriculture in ASEAN, and they have the same problem. As you can see, rice from each country can absorb the nutrient only allow 50% from the fertilizer, which means the acid fertilizer will separate in 2 parts. The first part will be the nitrate emission, as Punna said before, and the second part will leak into the river from each country and leading to eutrophication. And eutrophication is a phenomenon that affect the oxygen in water. It will decrease the oxygen, leading to death zone, which leads to unlivable living animal.
So there are 2 main pain points. First is the farmer don't know how much the nitrogen fertilizer that they have to apply to their soil. And the second thing is if they want to know this, if they want to know how much nitrogen that must be added to the soil, they must bring the soil sample to the lab, and it takes a very long time to test the nutrient. And our goal is to find the appropriate amount of nitrogen fertilizer and by maintaining the crop yield and also reduce the nitrous oxide. So we would like to introduce our solution. Our solution is Proper Nitrous, a smart device that can predict the appropriate nitrogen, the appropriate amount of nitrogen that appropriate to be added into the soil. And by using the integrated sensor that can measure the soil nutrients for the AI prediction, and when we know the nitrogen, the amount of nitrogen that must be added to the soil, we will connect to the ChatGPT via to the API, and the ChatGPT will tell the greatest way to use the nitrogen fertilizer.
Okay, for our workflow, we divide it into the 2 main workflow. The first is predict the recommended nitrogen. First, we collect the soil data by using soil integrated sensor and send the information into ESP32. And the second input is crop type that user wants to grow. The 2 of input will send it to HiveMQ, that security by TSL, AUTH, and ADL, and it will send to the server Python. The server Python will separate the nitrogen current, and the remaining all data will come into our model random forest and predict the nitrogen that recommended. If we find the different value of nitrogen recommended and current nitrogen, we will know how much nitrogen we need to add in our soil. Okay, so this is the workflow. Which is with the workflow that predicts CEC value. CEC value is a value that tells the overall potential of soil for farmer. So the process of workflow is really similar to the last one, but it only picks the 3 factors, which is pH, potassium, and EC value. So to predict the CEC value.
So why we use the random forest regression model? The first one is there are multivariate prediction, and 2 is no need for normalization, and 3rd is nonlinear pattern, and 4 is feature important. And the one more thing is it's hard to find the data set about the soil, so we have a little data set. So if we use a random forest for this situation, it's suitable.
Okay, and this is our training process. First, we will clean and split data into model train random phase regression, and then we evaluate the result with MAE and RMSE. And then if to see that RMAE and RMSE is to see that the model are effective or not. If it's effective, we will test with our real data.
So how we can get this data set? First, we will find from the internet, like a Kaggle website that collect many data sets. And second is we will collect from the official sources, such as Land Development Department in Thailand or Vietnam Academy of Agricultural Science and Indonesia Center. Yeah. And the output of the AI prediction, the first one is the amount of nitrogen the amount of nitrogen fertilizer to be applied, and it will send to the ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will suggest a greatest way to.
Thank you very much. It's now time for the last Q&A session for the morning pitching. Judges, the floor is yours.
So you mentioned the 7-in-1 soil sensor. For that, how expensive is that device, and do you think that it is affordable for use by smallholder farmers?
Yeah, it's about in Thai baht it's around 2,000 baht, and the farmer can buy it.
You mentioned as well the data is the challenging part to collect the data, the right data. You mentioned using data from Kaggle. I don't know Kaggle, to be honest, and from different other sources. Do you believe having data sets from there will be sufficient to develop the predictions and send out via ChatGPT to farmers what they need to do? Or are there issues or challenges in synchronizing that data?
Pardon, may you ask that again?
The data to train the model, you say you get from different sources, official sources, and from Google. Do you expect, in terms of synchronizing the data, because if you get data from different sources, most probably they're not in the same way. What do you think is needed to do to synchronize the data to come with the right predictions and advice towards farmers in different countries?
So like each data set from each location will have like maybe the signature value, so that we can know from the data set that or we can know the region from our data set because we have like the specific value that we can find.
I guess following up on that, would the data from the individual farms collected by the soil sensors, would those be fed into the training model? Or would that data not be used in the training model?
No, we use the data that the individual farm for the predict the value of the nitrogen that we need to put on. Yeah, we didn't use that information to train our model.
Sorry, just I guess really quickly, just to elaborate on why I asked that, because some of the data that you get from the DLD, the Department of Land Development, or government databases, they're not always very accurate. They might be accurate or like an estimation for a general region, but at the farm level, they might not be, or in a specific area, they might not be as accurate. So I'm wondering if this could be a feedback mechanism of like ground truthing that data set.
Can you ask again?
Yeah, because the data that you'll get from government sometimes are more for a region. They're not like they might say the nitrogen levels here for Kanchanaburi province is this. This is the recommended level. But at the farm level, it might vary based on the climate or based on the local environment. So if you collected data from the farm level, could that help to train the model about the correct levels of nitrogen or?
Yeah, it will help to train our model.
I got two questions. On your first slide, I think you stated that there is a difference between crops in Thailand and the absorption of the nutrients in the fertilizer and in Vietnam, right? Like I think in Thailand, the plants or the crops can absorb 60% of the nutrients from the fertilizer, and in Vietnam only 40%. Why is that? As a rice eater, but not as a rice farmer, I don't understand that. And would that affect the implementation of your system? Because then there must be more fertilizer used in Vietnam, right? Because the plants can't absorb the amount of fertilizer that is used in Thailand, if you get my point.
Because the data that we have is from a research that we deep research, and the data that we reference is from the researcher that they do about the something like the rice and do about the greenhouse gas that coming out from the ground. So they have this data because the 60% it come from the amount that ground cannot hold it, so it put it out and go it sometime in the air, but sometimes it's also in the river or the ocean, something like that. So the data that we get Thailand 60 and Vietnam 40 and Indonesia 50, we have from the different research that they research on their country. Yeah, so it will be effective more than just one country.
All right, thank you very much, the team from Rung Arun School. You please return the microphone and the pointer at the podium and leave the stage on your left-hand side.
I have a question.
Sorry, there will be one more question from the judge.
Hi. I just want to ask you that proper nitrous relies on chat GPT to provide advice to the farmers to make decisions. How do you manage the risks of the advice that may be not so reliable sometimes? Chat GPT is known to hallucinate, Sometimes it just fabricates a response. How do you manage those risks?
The feature about ChatGPT, we want to be extra feature that help farmer because the ChatGPT will suggest such as a comparison of fertilizer brand, comparison the price for farmer, so it help that but it sometimes it's the information from chat is not true. I think we cannot fix that now, but the effect is not big because the number of nitrous or the CEC value came from our model, not ChatGPT.
And I think it has to have an error because we have a data that we train it from the real researcher lab, and we have data from a farm. So I think, in my opinion, I think that it's hard to error, but it can have error if like the error have in a ChatGPT, like if we use to solve this problem, we will may recheck and recheck the data, something like that.
So just to wrap up, you might need some kind of a system to validate the advice that is coming out. You might need to build that into the system so that it's more reliable and valid advice that is being given. So maybe that is an area for improvement as you move along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, once again, thank you, the team from Rung Arun School. Please return the microphone and the pointer at the podium and exit the stage on your left-hand side.
And to inform everyone, an exhibition by Simeo Stemet is currently set up in the front of the hall on the right. You are welcome to visit and explore the display at your convenience.
We will now have a lunch break. You may get your food on the first floor of the dormitory. Please be back here by 1 p.m. May I repeat? Please be back here by 1 p.m. The team from Thailand Samsen Vittayalai, please be on a standby beside the stage at 12:50 p.m. to prepare for your turn. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
So before starting, may I review the agenda again? So first up, we will start with our friends from Thailand Samsen Vityalai School, and then after that we have Lao. We have our friends from Laos, and the order is same as we announced before, respectively. So the order of presentation will be Thailand Samsen Vityalai School, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Vietnam, Timor-Leste, China, Japan, and South Korea.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our last pitching session. My name is Jirati Mahasawirachai.
And my name's Nathamon Watanaprasha. We will now proceed to the remaining teams, starting with Samsen Vityalai School Team, Thailand. Please give them a warm welcome. Your presentation time is 7 minutes, and it begins now.
In Southeast Asia, we're aiming for have net zero. But have you know, now we lost over $50 billion a year from failed carbon credit deals. And from the World Bank 2022 report, 3 out of 10 ASEAN countries have a trading system. So what is the meaning of carbon credits? Let's get know together. 1 carbon credit equals 1 ton of carbon dioxide, either avoid or remove from the atmosphere. For example, in 2021, under the joint crediting mechanism, Japan signed a carbon offset agreement with Thailand to support solar power projects. But there are still some problems. Carbon credits come with different baseline, mismatch verification, and for the country with the low income, they are still often left behind. This makes carbon markets exclusive instead of empowering everyone. And that's why deals take 4 to 6 months, cost thousands, and often fail. So thinking, instead of spending months with a negotiation, but if we could show all of the possible outcome before the meeting starts. We are from Samsen Vityalai School. We create climate change AI. What is climate change AI? Climate change AI is our tool to help countries test draft their carbon credits deals before their commitments. Focus to help government preview carbon deals outcome, reduce risk, delays, and misunderstanding. And we also want to build regional cooperation of ASEAN plus 3.
So this is our natural language processing, or NLP. It analyzes carbon market policies and then identifies which flow of country it is, whether it's a buyer or a seller. It suggests smart matches for each country, and it enables to make negotiation faster and more strategic. Our reinforcement learning agent simulates hundreds of carbon credit deals, learning from feedbacks and find optimal prices, enabling fair, efficient, and scalable carbon trading.
Okay, so now let's move on to the AI architectures. Our climate-proof AI architectures process carbon dioxide emissions, policy targets, GDP, and population data for 6 countries from 2019 to 2022 from sources like World Bank and UNFCCC. We use the Python libraries such as Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, and ReportLab to use it calculates the carbon reduction, trust scores, and UN SDG alignments. Producing CSV tables, graphs, and a PDF summary, a learning loop enables scalability for new data such as 2025 plans or Asian market. And these 2 pictures is an example bar chart that we created from our data, and we'll show you in the next slide. Here's our data set. I need to tell you before that why we use from 2019 to 2022 is that because some countries, like in the year 2023, some countries in Asia doesn't have the official data set. So we want to use the real data set. That's why we only use from 2019 to 2022. And we have 6 countries in this list, such as Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore, Indonesia, Japan, and China. So now let's focus on the UI interface. The UI interface, we allow user to select any country that you want to stimulate a pilot carbon credit agreement. And then when you click to generate the outcome, it will produce a possible outcome that rely on what you have selected before.
For cultural and regional relevance, our AI eliminates problems such as language barriers because it is able to work in multiple languages, and it also adapts to different legal frameworks. It also works in a lightweight version for countries that have low or unstable networks, and it is all-inclusive for every country. Our business model that we have planned is taking a similar style to B2G, which is a business to government. We provide annual government license, deal simulation services, premium ESG reports, and ASEAN integration packages. Our revenue streams are B2G licensing fees, pay-per simulation, API subscriptions, and public-private Asian funding models. Our SWOT analysis that we figured out was that our strengths of our AI were that they were going to be transparent and they were able to explain, which kind of builds trust and to sensitive government decisions. Also, it's really fast and cost-saving compared to replacing months of works of legal negotiations. It's localized for ASEAN as well, +G, and it's a cross-border collaboration engine. Opportunities are also here. Integration into national climate policies between global north and south, and many more. Why is it scalable? Well, for starters, our AI framework is NLP, RL, and simulation modules, which are customizable for any country's climate policies, legal language, and data sources that can be plugged into any country's system. It's also designed specifically for ASEAN +G's diversity, and it supports multilingual input. It runs on cloud with lightweight versions optimized for low internet environments to help countries that are least developed. And we are climate change AI. We don't just trade carbon, we trade trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time's up. And now let's hear it from our judges.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very clear presentation, very nice. As you mentioned already, the data, that's the issue. You were using data from 2019 to 2022. How to overcome that problem to have more accurate and recent data to be included so that your solution is more accurate and can be used better.
We also kind of want the data to be more accurate because the more data sets that we have would lead to a more accurate prediction. But the problem is that governments sometimes don't disclose sensitive information to us, so we are unable to get those officially. And the only information provided are just estimates.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I would like to know what part of your proposal is the most important, the groundbreaking solution you are just providing.
Well, I feel like the most groundbreaking, it might not be that like interesting for some people, but it seems like more of a problem that we should really solve, because even though the population doesn't really equate to it, but it has a really negative impact on our environment, and sometimes there are corrupt data and governments that, well, they're sometimes too picky or something like that, and it often leads to a mismanagement of those carbon credits. So we would like to make it available to the public so that they can see it for their own eyes as well, and have transparency to build trust and let them believe in it.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's very much an important issue. So, yeah, this is a very interesting presentation. But also, so you mentioned one of the key challenges is in kind of these mismatched methods of verification or calculating carbon credits, right? So how is this going to address that challenge?
Well, to avoid mismatched things, we have to do the program. We have to tell the robot, to tell the AI what do we need, and in each country they have what they need, and the other country they have what they want to provide, and we have to tell the AI that we need to match the need and provide it to be the same. So yeah, you have to train the AI very well.
Kind of similar to like when you go to the market and you want to buy something for maybe 5, and the seller wants to sell it to you for, let's say, around 10 or 9. The AI will come to the most fair conclusion for it. So maybe that'll be around 7.5, and it will let you to try to negotiate it to be as close as the fair point as possible, so that no one gets taken advantage of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. You mentioned that the model it can also make reliable predictions based on new images. Can you elaborate this a little bit more? How will the model do that?
Can I have the question again? My hearing's not that well.
Yes. No. You mentioned that the model can make reliable predictions based on new images. That is what your proposal is suggesting, that the model can make reliable predictions. So can you tell me more about how your model will make predictions for deforestation going forward? Okay. Sorry.
We're doing about, it's an open source, so anyone can come and check. And it's also a co-design that any country can come and see it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I like it that you provided a SWOT analysis.
Yeah.
And I learned from you that when you make a SWOT analysis, only mention the strengths and opportunities. But what are the weaknesses and threats?
Can I have it again, please?
In the SWOT analysis you provided, you emphasize on the strengths and opportunities. But the weaknesses and threats, you did not mention, but I think you thought about it.
Yeah.
Can you mention some of them?
It's kind of like a double-edged sword, if you think of it that way, because when you mention weaknesses, people often doubt it. They'll be like, oh, so if it has weaknesses, it's not good. I personally think, no, it just leaves room for improvement of it. For weaknesses, if I could name a few on the top of my head that I decided not to put in there, it would be that why would I trust that? The governments could be like, why would I give my information, sensitive information that I could use as leverage to other countries just the way like that when I could use it to my advantage? But that's kind of like the thing we were trying to fix because we didn't want that much corruption in this area of it. So yeah, it kind of relies on a lot of trust, and I just hope you believe in it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think weakness is mostly about the time that we need for you to rely on us. Yeah.
I think the weaknesses on what we talked about, or what you talked about already, is about the data side. That you, at the moment, are only able to have reliable data until 2022, whereas now, with the carbon exchange, yeah, it's more on current. So that's a weakness, but it's not a problem to address that. It's very fair to do that.
Well, thank you very much. Can everyone give a round of applause to Samsin Vichai School? Okay, and now I would like to welcome our friends from Lao PDR. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello.
Your time limit is 7 minutes and it starts now.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are from Lao PDR team, and today we will demonstrate you our hackathon project. First of all, deforestation and wildfires are factors that contribute to air pollution problems that we face in today's world. It's not only about the air quality that worsens, but it affects our humans' health and also destroy green spaces. Observing the problem, so we got inspired to create our deforestation detection project.
And now I would like to show you about the main causes of falling fire. The first one is burning flame to hunt animals. You know, some people set fire to fire to die wild animals out of their hiding places, such as deer and wild birds, making them easier to hunt. This method is illegal and destroy the ecosystem, causing severe forest fire and creating heavy smoke. And the second one is human negligence. Can you imagine, like when we go on vacation in the forest, like the camp, and you make some bonfire, and when you finish your activity and you leave the camp, and you forget to execute your bonfire. Like in autumn season, we have dry leaves that's fall out the tree. And when you forgot to extinguish your bonfire, it will contribute with dry leaves and will contribute forest fire. And the third one is forest burning. Farmer will burn forest after harvest to make space suitable to the next crop. And this one, we are going to show you effect of forest fire. The first one is bad air. Forest fire makes smoke and dust they have become dirty. People can get sick. They can cough and feel bad. Lots of tree and animals. The fire killed tree. Animals lost their home. Many plants and animals died. Bad soil. Tree held the clouds stay strong. No tree equals soil. Break and goes away. The land is not good for farming. Money and people problems. Fire hurts farm and forest. Tourists don't come. People don't have money. Water problems. Fire burn tree that have water without tree. Water run too flat. This can make flood or dry land. Hot weather, climate change. Fire makes bad gases go into the air. This makes the world hotter, isn't the weather. Next. And this slide will show you about overview of data and statistics of forest burning in Thailand and Laos. As you see the picture, the important part is PM 2.5 that you can see is over standard and is about 3 or 4 over statistic standard. And that's why we created idea to develop this problem.
So the reason why we create the project is are to detect and solving for forested problem. Like we want to detect people who are living near the forested area or rural area. Here's the methodology. You can see. You may wonder what AI that we used as the model. We use ResNet 18 to be a model trained by Python and PyCharm program, and we added around 100 images of forest and deforestation in these around the Southeast Asian regions. After we train the AI, the result we found that the accuracy of the AI is 76.74% accuracy, but we cannot create a real model because we made some error of the program. In conclusion, our deforestation detector is a detector that help people around the area of forest area to.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Please continue.
Notifying them when wildfire or deforestation happens to maybe give them a methodology to help them
we created idea because we want to
I'm
make.
sorry, your time is up. And now let's pass it on to our judges.
Thank you for the presentation. Lovely. I would like to know what makes your presentation different and the solution you are providing, what makes it different from what already exists?
Can you say that again?
Your solution, what provides the solution that you are providing? What makes it different from what already exists?
I need to add that my data is we use images of deforestation mapped and recap from the still light, and we train in our program. And
Thank you.
So who would use this platform? Who are the target stakeholders? Who are the target user groups? Who will use this application?
maybe the people in the rural or people who are in the deforested area, they might cause the fire or deforestation area. They need to be notified, and they will find a way to leave that place.
Would this be shared to like local authorities or to government? Would they use that?
Yes, they can notify to the government and to make them doing something to take action of them.
Thank you.
The model can be used in several countries. You mentioned it can be used in Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia, but all these countries have different languages. So will the model be, available in different languages? Will users in different languages be able to benefit from it? The language issue.
We use English for
Our vision is we use English as the notifying text because we just want to notify them when the deforestation is happening and to make them to notify them.
Yes, I understand, but you also said this can be used in the rural areas, in the in the far remote areas. Do you think everybody is speaking English over there?
Can you answer this? In the future, we will develop it. May I stop it now?
Maybe in future we continue to develop our project. So right now my project is not working. We have all the idea to train it, and yeah, maybe in future we will continue to do our idea.
And that is all from our judges. Thank you very much, Team Lao. Please exit your stage on your left.
And next up is Vietnam team. So can you please make your way to the stage, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. We are group 13.
Sorry. Please wait for the time to start. For the timer to start first. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are group 13 from Trần Phú Gifted High School of Vietnam. Today, we will represent our project called AI Integrated System for Municipal Waste Collection Process Optimization. And so, our presentation will consist of 4 main parts: background, idea, real-life implementation, and conclusion.
Waste transportation and collection seems to be our simple everyday task. But do you know that this is a really serious concern throughout many nations in the world? Have anyone here ever stuck in the traffic jam with a garbage truck? Well, okay. I see many nods over there. So this is in fact a really common issue throughout many countries in the world, especially ASEAN. The main factors for this is because of the fast pace of urbanization, which causes uneven in the urban planning throughout the regions. Besides that, it is also caused by the unpredictable situation on road, such as traffic congestion, aftermath of disasters, and holiday. So to solve that, we came up with an idea of an AI-powered model to help optimize the waste transportation and collection. Imagine living in a city without the garbage truck lying on the traffic congestion, without overlap waste, and the waste is not just collected, it is managed intelligently. So our models integrate between the hardware and intelligent software. We use street camera, onboard camera, GPS, and smart bin sensors to not only monitor the field levels, but also detect the hazardous waste. The data was then sent to a cloud-based platform and using AI algorithm to give out the optimization algorithm, including weekly schedule, rerouting decisions, and emergency resolving. So we have already tested our multi-agent model in a virtual environment, and we have saved the time by 36%.
As my team member mentioned before, simplified model can enhance efficiency up to 36%. So how much more can we improve with AI power? First of all, to solve a traffic problem, AI can be real-time traffic analysis, predictive traffic modeling, and dynamic route optimization, which means it helps responses immediately to disruption, plan routes proactively, and reduce travel time and cost. Besides, AI enhance efficiency by monitoring smart waste bin. It will prevent overflow and prioritize pickups. Furthermore, AI can involve itself by data integration, visualization, and performance analytics, which help operator manage better and optimize system continuously.
Okay, so as my teammates have said before, the advantages of AI is undeniable. It really can change the whole waste collection system. It can reduce missed collection points and lower manpower needs by automating navigator and route selection. AI can optimize performance, reduce emissions, and cut operational costs. Also, the system can direct vehicles to avoid congested routes during peak hours, minimizing delays and pollutions. By integrating with existing infrastructure, it can enhance waste collection efficiency by maximizing truck capacity and reducing lower waste. And furthermore, our system can guide large vehicles like trucks to quickly handle road situations. So overall, we intend to create a system that can save labor, improve operational effectiveness, and support sustainable urban infrastructure by minimizing traffic congestion and emissions.
In conclusion, this model is offer transformative solution to urban waste collection efficiencies in ASEAN. In addition, it can also enhance the reliability and efficiencies of waste management system. On top of that, it contributes to cleaner cities and supporting C2H development goals. And finally, it can also empower authorities with data-driven insights for proactive decision-making and infrastructure improvement. Well, to have an unshakable future, the role of each person, city, country, and the global compilation they all play an essential role of it. Thanks for your attention, and we'd love to take the feedback and the question to improve our project.
Thank you very much, Team Vietnam. And now let's pass the mic to our judges.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I got a question. You state in your report that you will collect data from street and onboard cameras, right? How can you ensure that you don't break any privacy and data protection laws in each country? Do you use systems like privacy by design, or what is your approach?
So can I repeat the question again? You asked about the privacy of the data, to integrate into the system? Yes. So all the data was collected by the local government. So they basically have their own policy and private control by the local government. So that is not the really big problem of this model.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the transboundary component of this project?
So the algorithm for optimize the model, right? Okay, so first of all, to optimize the model, there are a few algorithms for the route, optimize the path finding. One of the most popular one is Dijkstra. But it's really depend on the range, on the researching range. For example, with my country, with diversity urban planning, Dijkstra is the most optimal one since it's born to solve the range with many diversity road network and density road network. But for example, with a more simple one in the middle of Vietnam, the city in middle of Vietnam, I think there's another algorithms for this, like A-star. It is solving a more simple researching area.
Okay. Sorry, maybe just to elaborate, my question was about how is this model cross-border? How is this working between different countries? Will different countries use the same model or share data, or how will this be implemented across multiple ASEAN countries?
Well, first of all, we want to build this model as a basement because the country's situation in ASEAN country is quite similar to each other, and this also have the complex infrastructure. So if we can solve it in Vietnam, they can also solve the problem in Malaysia or Brunei or Singapore or Thailand too.
Thank you.
You are planning to use smart waste bin sensors, journey cameras, and different AI-driven systems to analyze the data and to make predictions. These require investments in infrastructure. Have you done the costing analysis of such investments and their feasibility?
Can I repeat a little bit? The questions is about the sensors, the images for the real-time data. So you want to ask me about is it possible for the investment infrastructure?
What I'm suggesting is for this model to work, you need smart waste bin sensors, you need street cameras, you need some infrastructure to be in place. This is expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
And have you done any costing on the infrastructure that needs to be in place for this model to work?
Well, actually, this model will be applied in the country will already have that equipment. So we just take the data from it, and we don't put.
Okay, so I want to tell a little bit about this. So this model, that real-time data is just depend on the local government. So it depends on the existing monitor infrastructure. You're right, but in the future, we are all the city will be upgraded to the green technology. So basically, I think that in my city, we are upgrading the infrastructure to the environmental management. And I see that this can be a better solution to not just manage, to not just manage the environmental problem, but also to optimize it and give a more efficiency solution. Moreover, if you don't have these existing monitor infrastructure in your countries, the multi-agents model will actually will help, which is depending on the traffic API or even the weather condition. Like you collect the API from the traffic and the weather condition and give them to the AI to analyze and predict the situation and give out the optimization solution.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think what you really did well, and the first time we see that, is start with the system architecture. I think that is very good because AI projects start like that, and then you include a lot of details. However, then it comes together in AI as a magical tool to come to certain results and solutions. Do I understand it correctly that at the end the solution is that waste trucks get like a dashboard in which they have then real life information on the situation, or what is the final solution?
So the final solution, first of all, we developed this by develop a model for garbage truck only, but this can apply to another truck like container, like that. So the solutions for this is give out optimized routing model for the garbage truck to improve the efficiency the first, and reduce the overlap waste, and to prioritize collecting the hazardous waste on the street. Besides that, it also can help with the weather and the traffic API. It also can help predict the unpredictable situation to give out the predict solution that can apply and help to solve the unpredictable situation on road. Yeah.
And that is all from our judges. Team Vietnam, you may now please return the microphone onto the podium and please exit the stage onto your left.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, I would like to welcome Timor-Leste team. Please give them a round of applause. Team Timor-Leste, are you ready? Your 7 minutes start now.
Good afternoon, everybody. So today we'd like to presentation Timor-Leste country, and the topic of presentation is ecosystem. Street in Timor. Timor both Timor-Leste and West Timor, Indonesia, has great potential for seaweed production due to its clean coastal waters, traditional knowledge, and growing local spirit.
How to use seaweed in Timor directly export to countries like Indonesia, China, Philippines, and Korea. First, use local cooking, often boiled or mixes with vegetables. Second, use in traditional medicine for bowel cleaning or energy boosting. Has potential for natural health and herbal products development.
Communal seaweed farming tradition. Its coastal villages like Manatutu, Timor-Leste, all road and down Indonesia, people farm seaweed through community-based cooperation. Sea areas are shared and the harvest is divided according to family or customary agreements. Farming is often done by fishing groups or coastal women. Challenges. One of the main challenges facing the development of a seaweed industry is the lack of infrastructure. This includes a stable electricity, transportation routes, processing and storage facility, research centers, water quality monitoring infrastructure, waste management infrastructure, and freshwater availability.
Seaweed farming is emerging as a promising solution for sustainable livelihood and economic development in Timor-Leste, particularly in coastal community like a seaweed farming in Laute municipality. Comparative has a significantly improve the livelihood of the coastal communities by introducing community-based sustainable seaweed farming. This initiative provides as alternative livelihood to Finnish, especially for women and the elder, and has fostered community cohesion.
So now I will show the video to watch how they made the seaweed.
mau tapule aban mokori mamanina anala maten tapule nuna seri kamuala falafane anala ma isi ma amocho isi kolah iare ahelo anana ya apa kira ane ya harus apa ini ke kaurenu ane tapala taba kapal pai ahelo anana ya bari barese tahi rau harus ana ini bareng tiapa bari barese tu dauen bari Riamu. Agua masare ya teki ia tulakula ko ira unere teki ana maune karla una mitai chine ko ana purita si utu enchele inta agua ibi mane tu bari lalu bere tu lapis. Ene nara palabane tai haira kaseya teki ana bari ini bari asiri bisi. Binari tu nar chele bane chele tara utu na uta ala cerca lelo mokore ya teki apa foi mo kwa fai na arriba mas auto itu haina nana lo tara foi mutune ya berarti tawa akalaue
antes ami atuve serviço ne pertaman ami prepara letali depois ami kisi tambe plastic ve lilinya ne mo sami tinser dada te huta ami kisi te hutu depois mami foi ami patisi falitan ai mai ami dada te hutu mak ami foi tali ne bakisi be tasilara ne per amudi kisi be udu tasile ba hulani de quando ami quando panen berarti 100 atau 200 tambah ami kan karoni da $5 debe quando semana makami ba panen ne panen hetan 200 atau 100 sira sosa ni usitani a comunidade rasiki hane dalla rumah kusi alia tuli helene bane irara ne meti ser sosa mas quando sira la sosa antu sabu ami tinsa insia karon makami ba fanya los palos
Okay, it's only this, and thank you very much for your attention. Obrigado, Barak.
Thank you very much, Team Timor-Leste. Now let's hear from our judges.
Obrigado. I liked it very much. Thank you. I was wondering what kind of AI model have you chosen? First question, and why? I mean, what AI model and why have you decided to choose this one?
We are choose this model because in Timor-Leste we use the seaweed to make some food to eat, and also this seaweed can give us the benefits. And also we can make to medicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very beautiful presentation. It was very impressive to learn more about Timor-Leste and its beautiful people. So thank you for that. Do you already have any early warning systems in place? Do you have early warning, disaster warning systems in Timor-Leste? Do you already have that?
The challenge of the seaweed is, even though seaweed has many benefits, there are also some challenges, like climate scientifically. Seaweed growth depends on clear water, and sunlight and stable
temperatures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated your presentation as well because you used cultural and local traditions and also using technology that is feasible and available. Not very sophisticated models, but what is available to the local people and which can be easily used. So I think that is actually a strength of your model. Having said that, you talk about cross-border data platforms for informed decision making. So can you tell us which cross-border data platforms are you referring to? Which cross-border data platforms will you utilize in your model? Can you give me one or two examples?
Okay. Model of the seaweed. Okay. Common type of seaweed is like a nori used for sushi, wakeman used for Japanese soaps, kombu used to make broth dashi.
Question was about data platforms. You mentioned that you will use cross-border data platforms because you border Indonesia, you border Australia, and you need to use cross-border data platforms. So I was wondering if you can give me an example of a cross-border data platform that you might use to inform the decisions.
Okay, the first we use the first when the disease when the seaweed we make to transfer to another country, we have a knowledge to go to another country and talk about our country in Timor-Leste. Like an example like we want to export the seaweed to another country. So we must have a knowledge to make to make the conversation with them, and also we have to understand about what will we make so that we can get the seaweed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Timor-Leste, and that is all from our judges. Team Timor-Leste, may you return the microphone onto the podium on your right, and please exit the stage onto your left.
Obrigada, Haunetasi, Haunia Timor.
Next, we would like to welcome our friends from China.
Dear esteemed guests, good afternoon. We are the team from Guiyang No. 1 High School, China. We are honored to present our work, Marine Debris Management Combined with the Influence of Typhoon with AI Solutions. Marine floating debris poses a global crisis of staggering proportions. with millions of tons of waste polluting our oceans annually and inflicting severe ecological harm. This issue affects every coastal country, making it a general cross-border problem to most of the countries. Typhoons compounded this issue, acting as natural conveyors that redistribute debris over a long distance and concentrated it in new areas. Grasping the extent of marine debris and the role of typhoons in its spread is crucial for devising effective solutions.
So, what are actually marine floating debris? These are solid waste from human activities, floating in the ocean or stranded on coastlines.
Predominantly plastic like bottles, bags, fishing nets. They also include metal, glass, and wood. Distributed globally, they often accumulate in ocean gyres.
Marine debris impacts culture, environment, and politics. Culturally, it disrupts coastal communities' traditions and economies tied to tourism. Environmentally, it endangers marine life, positions ecosystems, and destroys habitats. Politically, it sparks international disputes over cleanup and regulation, highlighting the need for global cooperation.
So, what is the scale of the marine debris problem? The marine debris covers an area of 1.6 million square kilometers, approximately 3 times the size of France. It is estimated to contain 1.8 trillion plastic pieces weighing around 18,000 metric tons. Typhoons, tropical cyclones with winds exceeding 119 kilometers per hour, impede marine debris cleanup. They sweep shoreline waste into the ocean, creating 2 unpredictable outcomes. Either debris aggregates into massive patches or scatters into fragments, making the cleanup effort more challenging. This complexity further complicates political negotiations and international cooperation, as countries must account for the constantly shifting nature of the debris problem influenced by these powerful weather events. However, with the help of AI, it is possible to solve this problem and reduce the difficulty of analyzing a typhoon. The challenge of marine debris management can be addressed by predicting typhoon debris trajectories, transforming it into a meteorological problem where AI demonstrates unique advantages. The first advantage is related to fluid dynamics modeling. AI efficiently processes the Navier-Stokes equation by discretizing typhoon systems into manageable segments, handling the exponential data growth from water particle vector fields that would overwhelm traditional methods. The second advantage is related to pattern recognition. Machine learning detects subtle typhoon characteristics invisible to human analysts, improving forecast accuracy. The third advantage is related to integrated debris modeling. By incorporating debris as new variables in fluid dynamic systems, AI creates realistic simulations of waste movement during storms. This approach not only solves the technical challenge of debris tracking, but also creates a framework for collaborative environmental protection. As climate change intensifies typhoon activity, such as AI-enhanced international coordination, becomes increasingly vital for sustainable ocean protection. To model this problem, we can create a mathematical model. So we first create a typhoon wind field model and then analyze its effect on ocean currents. Using the momentum conservation law and shallow water continuity equation, along with their constants and relationships, we predict marine debris movement. But due to nonlinear variable relationships causing chaos, we need to regularly update the model with real-time typhoon data as initial values. Here are the actual physical formulas and variables that we actually need. Xt and Yt denotes the location, while Ut and Vt denotes the transitional velocity of the typhoon. Vmax represents the maximum velocity of the wind, and the Rmax is the maximum radius of the wind. And the part of wind field is mainly about Rankine vortex. It is a physical formula that describes what is happening inside the typhoon and outside the typhoon. And the last part is about the ocean currents and the Navier-Stokes equation, while the 2 formulas below there about momentum and continuity are conserved, so they can provide constants and relationships for calculating. And finally, with the help of the mathematical formulas, we can obtain the results in a certain accuracy. By making more updated data, we can be more accurate. With the help of AI, global cooperation can be enhanced. AI revolutionized cross-border efforts to tackle marine debris in multiple ways. The first part is about real-time data sharing. It standardized meteorological and oceanographic data across borders, creating a shared global resource that respects cultural and political differences in different nations. The second part is about the coordinated response planning. AI-driven models predict debris points, allowing nations to jointly pre-position resources, streamline cross-border decisions while accounting for regional environmental diversity. The third part is about policy optimization. AI simulations inform international agreements, enabling cross-border decisions that respect cultural, environmental, and political diversity and tailor policies natively. And last, the efficiency enhancement is also really important. By automating data processing, modeling, and resource tracking, AI reduces manual work, analyzes large data sets quickly for actionable insights, speeds up response times, optimizes workflows, and frees teams to focus on strategic planning. There are also some opportunities provided by the AI involvement. AI-driven marine conservation in the ASEAN region promotes cooperation by globalizing local solutions while respecting ecological and cultural diversity. Shared predictive technology synchronizes waste management, and flexible policies balance regional needs with sustainability goals. Public awareness campaigns integrating indigenous knowledge engage diverse communities, creating cross-border economic environmental synergies. The collaborative model
Your time is
showcases
up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Judges, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know, just what innovative aspects does your solution offer beyond AI?
What aspects does our solution requires AI, right?
No, just apart from AI, what are you providing? What solutions? Just apart from using AI.
To solve the problem of the typhoon, right?
Yeah.
So, for us, we can actually prepare the model at first. So, as I mentioned, the typhoon problem involves a mathematical theory called chaos, which requires you to update a lot of national values to be accurate. So this part requires human to gain information from the satellite. And also, you can design the model that you prepare for the AI, which means you can inform data, you can select where to inform the data and select how to improve your accuracy. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. So who will use your model and how will it be utilized by those stakeholders?
It can be used transnationally. It can be used by a lot of countries. With the help of public satellite systems, such as the Starline from United States or some other satellite systems, you can accurately detect what is happening while having a typhoon, and then you can send the data to the countries and the institutions. They can predict where the marine debris will move to, and they can make a new plan for collecting them, because the marine debris will transport to other places, which is arbitrary, and you are not able to know if you don't use the AI model.
So if these, garbage patches or this accumulation of waste is in international waters, who is going to be responsible for cleaning that up?
I believe that the United Nations can have the responsibility to solve this problem. Their goal is to build a big family of the entire world. So I believe they can be responsible for that.
Yes, the United Nations can be one of the players, but I think youth and communities and governments, private sector, civil society, we all have to take our roles, no?
Yes, like
Just sharing with you. Okay, may I ask you to maybe go back to the slide where you have your formulae and your model just a little bit backwards. I would like to a little further back. You have your inputs and the infield. I was just the mathematical modeling.
Yep.
Can you tell me more about it? Because I'll be honest, it's gone over my head.
Okay.
I didn't understand it fully. So maybe you can help me understand it a bit better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on the xt and yt represents the position of the typhoon. It is mapped into a Cartesian platform. So it's like the x-axis and y-axis. And then it's the ut and vt, which are the translational speed, or you can just think it as the speed of the typhoon in the x direction and the y direction. And then the Vmax is just the it's the characteristic of the certain typhoon. It is the maximum speed of it, and Rmax is the radius of the typhoon, the maximum radius part. And the wind field is modified by the Rankine vortex. It is a kind of physical formula which can describe what is happening inside the maximum radius of the typhoon and what is happening outside of the maximum radius of the typhoon. It is written on there for radius smaller than the maximum radius, and for the radius greater than the maximum radius. And then you need to calculate the ocean currents. So you have to solve the Navier-Stokes equations. So this Navier-Stokes equation is actually the most important formula in fluid dynamics. It can accurately describe the situation, the vectors, like the direction and the magnitude of the particles and the water in a small segment. So with the help of the Navier-Stokes equation, you can calculate the stress of the wind, which is the impact of the wind to the ocean currents. And below there is the momentum and continuity. These are constant relationships in physics. So with their help, you can substitute the real data into the formulas and then solve the unknown part of it and be able to obtain the entire solution.
Thank you so much. That's been super helpful. It started making sense to me. So thank you. I learned something new as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting that you thought about this topic. We have topics about debris, but about typhoons, winds, moving marine debris. First question on that is already, why did you think about that? Because it's a good way of thinking. Then about, obviously your mathematical skills are extremely good. Is this a kind of closed model, or can it be flexible to be used without typhoons or with temperature changes, climate changes? Can the model be expanded or be more flexible?
Yes, definitely. Well, the typhoon is in this model, it's a kind of turbulent fluid, so it moves erratically. So it is possible to change the constants and the formulas you applied about the typhoon into more stable liquids. You can modify its viscosity and then know about the impact of temperature change to this distribution of the waste, and also you can actually calculate whether it will float away or will stay at the right place. However, the model will be simplified. This might be the complex situation, and I believe for the single typhoon model is utilized in the world right now. Meteorologists are doing this frequently, but I don't think they actually combined it with detecting marine debris.
So therefore the question, why did you think about that?
Well, I noticed that the marine debris problem was serious since like a few years ago, and I saw people doing effort for it. Like they built like new boats to collect them. However, the entire problem is still massive, and they saw difficulties while like losing the detection of the marine debris. So this will definitely help the promote the environmental change to make the earth better. And like I was inspired by their effort, like people who are already trying to remove all the waste on the ocean.
And that is all. Thank you very much, Team China.
Thank you.
Please return the microphone onto the podium and exit the stage on your left.
And next, please give a warm welcome to our friends from Japan.
For Team Japan, we have focused our attention on yellow sand, a phenomenon that has been causing increasing damage year by year in the East Asian region. Do you know the yellow sand? Yellow sand occurs from the Taklamakan Desert in China and the Gobi Desert in Mongolia, which has been facing severe desertification in recent years and the inland regions of East Asia. The phenomenon occurs when strong winds lift sand and into the air, which is then carried by the westerly winds to East Asia regions. Yellow sand causes significant economic losses and health hazard in the East Asian region. It is estimated that economic damage from yellow dust amounts to 273.6 billion baht in East Asia.
Okay, so I will show you how to learn programming about yellow sand. So, okay, so the first definition of year almost, and this is the PM 2.5, and this is the yellow sand, and this is the PM 10. Differences of this is the size, and the PM 2.5 has a 2.5, and the PM 10 has a 10, and yellow sand is about 4 micrometer, and they are made by these kind of things. And next, so selection of appreciate sensors. And these are the sensors and that. And this is the air quality sensor. These are the weather sensor and optical sensor and special sensor. And we are want to use the air quality sensor and optical sensor because they have a very high score about that. And for this one, so development of data analysis techniques, and in this one, we will use this one, machine learning, because they have three strong points, but they have also the weak points. So they have to get a lot of the data to start the program. Yes, and this one is the things about have times, and this one is about alert, and this one is about the people's feelings about that, and in this case we will use that one because if we will know that kind of things for alerts, the people will think about that it is dangerous.
By using a verb that it's possible to predict the affects the area and economic
damage based on the scale of the yellow sand. Also, the government can respond quickly. For example, we want to teach AI by using many pictures of yellow sand from the past. These pictures are from NASA mails. Said little, then AI can guess better where the yellow dust will go. The data will be sent quickly to countries like Japan, China, and South Korea. This helps them act faster to stop the problems. Also, we can guess how big the damage from yellow sand will be. This helps to know how much money the damage will cost. The countries can make this decision more quickly. If we can know the damage area, we can make the money loss smaller. Maybe it can even help the economy grow. This graph is the good and bad things about yellow sand. The green points are the good things and the red points are the bad things. When we look at this graph, we can see that yellow sand has more good points than bad ones.
For example, sand and dust sticking to a plant will cause physical damage to leaves, reducing photosynthetic efficiency. Additionally, the impact of strong wind and sand can physically harm crops, leading to reduced yields and lower quality. By using AI, it becomes possible to predict crop damage based on the affected areas of yellow sand and share this information with farmers. As a result, they can take preventive measures such as covering crop with windbreak net or cleaning drainage systems, which will minimize damage. Yellow sand also contains trace elements such as iron and calcium carbonate, which can contribute not only to the enhancement of soil nutrient, but also to the neutralization of acid rain and the stimulation of main ecosystem. These mineral ecosystem. These elements, when appropriately harnessed, may offer unexpected environmental benefits that go beyond simply mitigating damage. Therefore, by collecting and reusing the yellow sand, articulate and on structures like greenhouses or dust-proof net, and it may become possible to grow crops that are not only protected from damage but are also richer in neutral value due to the added mineral content. These perspectives remain phenomena entirely perceived as harmful upon...
Your time is up. Thank you very much. And now let's hear it from our judges.
Thank you so much for this presentation. That was very interesting, especially because I'm not very familiar with the yellow sand phenomenon, so I learned a lot. So one question I had was, is yellow sand being exacerbated? Is it being made worse by climate change? And if so, how are you integrating predictive climate change models into your AI?
Answer one more time, please.
Sorry. So I guess first question, is yellow sand caused in part by climate change, or is it becoming worse because of climate change?
And so like I think like we can like predict like that kind of things about like using these kinds of like satellites to know about that, and like for the result like we can like know about like the like we can have that kinds of informations about that. For using the satellites, it is like and have like AI.
do you think that the yellow sand problem will be worse in the future due to change in climate?
Actually, I don't think so because like the yellow sands is like the lots of the people are thinking it is the very worst things, but the yellow sand has a very nice things because like they have that kinds of there comes from these kinds of stones, so they have a lot of the nutrition from like the not nature. So I think like it will be a very nice things. Maybe like the people will like change their minds.
Thank you.
About the AI side, so you were showing about using the satellites mostly for getting the data. From NASA or other satellites. For creating this solution, do you need to build a new AI solution platform or just using the data which is already there?
We think we don't building new AI, so we try to put some data to this satellite AI, NASA's models. So
so for like doing that kind of things, the NASA's one is very high quality things now, and also like so if we will have like that, if the AI will have like, more kinds of information of the climate changes, I think like it will be very good.
Sorry, quickly. So you mentioned that this system will benefit farmers. How will they receive this information? Is it like an application or?
So I said like they have like stones, and that stones have very nice like ingredients about that, and like if they will like hurt the crops for like being directly, but like if they have a nutrition, so if we will like protect these kinds of things, and we will like the yellow sand will like drop like this kind of thing, this kinds of place, or like this kinds of planes, and so like we can like use so we can like recycle the things about that to like be to get a more good nutrition like products.
Hello, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. You mentioned that the data, of course, will be used to minimize the risks, but also address the economic loss. So how will this data that you are planning to generate be utilized to reduce economic loss? Who needs to use it? And how will this information, I want to build on the question my colleague mentioned earlier, how will the data be utilized by those who can then make decisions about minimizing economic loss? You need a whole system in place. It's not just about understanding, the yellow sand and how predicting how it's happening, but also utilizing that data to minimize economic loss. So how will you plan to, who are the users who need to use it?
So I think like some kinds of the people who are doing the agriculture, or like some kinds of the people who are having a job like with like the
we don't train the AI, we just use the AI that already have like, yeah.
Like we will like use like that kind of like so I like said like we will use that kinds of informations like the includes in the yellow sand. Like I will give that kinds of information to the AI, and like it may be good.
Thank you.
And that is all from our judges. Thank you very much, Team Japan. May I ask you to leave your microphone on the podium and exit the stage onto your left.
And for the next team, it is indeed our last team for today. So please give a warm welcome to our friends from South Korea. Okay, your 7 minutes start now.
Hello everybody, we are Team South Korea and today we're gonna introduce you about AI solution for tackling cross-border textile waste. So if you can see that our hackathon goal was tackling transboundary environmental issues with AI. And many people think about that these issues like burn mountain or the plastics in the ocean or some dirt airs. But we think in different ways and we choose some problems about textile waste. Do you know what is fast fashion? Fast fashion is the mass-produced clothing designed for rapid consumption. Fast fashion had led to the generation of textile waste. And do you know that the annual weight of textile waste is 920,000 tons, which is more than weight of 70 million elephants in just 1 year. Then what do textile waste affect the environment? It causes the following environmental problems like this. And how can we solve these problems? To solve these problems, we made a dual AI system. In dual AI system, there have two types of AI project. First one is AI-powered smart clothing collections bins, and second one is second-hand clothing platform that name Liwear. I'm gonna say AI-powered smart clothing collection bins first. So you can see user clothing collection bins is working that put the clothes to the bins and the people are celebrating by self, and if it's reusable, just resell that clothes. But you can see if we do like that, 95% of the clothes is just going to the trash, and only 5% is changed to the resale. But if we use our AI-powered smart clothing collection bins, that if we put to our collection bins, AI gonna separate our clothes with the clothes conditions in 3 types, with the resale and upcycling and just going to the trash. And we 3D designed our smart clothing collection bins like this. And I will show you how it works. First, we use YOLO V8 models to detect there is any clothes. Can you turn 15 video? You can see that if clothes detected, can you stop the video? Oh yeah, if the video ends and the clothes detected, if AI detect the clothes and okay, it goes to the another AI, and that another AI is made by CNN and is backbone of less than 50. And that AI model just capture the clause and separate that which clause condition is best, 1 to 5. And 5 is the best condition of the clause, and 1 is the worst condition of the clause. So can you turn the video? You can see that this clause is very squeezy and it's not maybe made to sell all the things. Then if I use our AI, then you can see that predicted to the 1 and like 0.9%. Yeah. And next of it, we're gonna tell you about second-hand clothing platform that names Reware. We made this website. There are 4 types of the functions. First is the separating clothes with AI model. Then is to the S, A, B, C, F, and S is the best, F is the worst conditions. And second, our website, we can do the virtual try-on, and with just putting your images. And third, to save unnecessary energy in the next stages, transactions are limited to within the same countries. And fourth, buyer can chat with the sellers. And we made it front-end with HTML, JS, and CSS. And back-end, we use Firebase and Fast API. And the separating model, we use the same thing with just like YOLO V8 and CNN backward. And virtual try-on, we use Stable Beaton. And if you use our AI, we use constructions of new clauses, and we can collect fees and donate them to the environment organizations. And you can just type the link in your laptop and test our AI and website. And this AI-based Geo solution combines real-time data integration. And I think this is the starting point for AI to solve trust boundaries environmental issues in the ASEAN plus 3 regions. And the expected effects are as follows. And promotes cooperation between countries by sharing AI systems and standardized classification systems for textile waste management. And respect cultural and political diversity by allowing each country to adjust the user interface language options.
Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to our final Q&A session.
Thank you for this. I think this was a great topic because I agree with you, fast fashion is a huge problem in today's society. My question is, how would you actually motivate people to bring their clothes to the bin and donate them instead of just throwing them in the bin? Would you incentivize these people through your resale platform maybe? Or?
Yeah, if like you can check in the bins the how close conditions, and if it is good, you can just take it back and sell it to our platforms like that.
No, what I mean is how would you motivate people to go to the bin and give their clothes into the bin instead of just throw them away at home and then nobody has access to the clothes, right?
If users use our bins, we will give mileage and we can use mileage and we won't receive government money or we make a profit for website and that money will use mileage system.
Thank you.
So yeah, agreed. This is a really big issue, and I love that you guys tackled it this way. And it's a very interesting platform. I guess I have one, maybe less of a question. Why does this keep? I guess maybe a partial suggestion. So in when you mentioned the different pathways, you had 3 different pathways that the clothes could be sorted into, right? But I think maybe there's potentially one more at the waste side. So if clothing is in really bad condition, and I don't know if this would be considered recycling or waste management, but if it's made from natural materials, could it be composted instead?
Can you tell me again?
So is there a way to integrate the material, like in the AI or in the selection process, the processing, to look at the material that the clothing is made from? And if it's made from natural materials like cotton or linens or silk, could it be composted instead of incinerated?
We trained our AI use just images, so it's not separating with the materials. But I think we want to make after we finish project, or we want to upgrade our AIs and data set to do that things too.
Maybe if we get more data set, we can improve that AI and we can operate material. Yes.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting that you actually have two solutions for 2 different things, and actually already testing it. On the second one with the website, first question is also about users, how to get the users. Maybe you can say, because you have the website already, how many users you have, and do the users use it one time or multiple times? Are you using algorithms to see what users normally look at or not? Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Can you repeat me again?
About the second part, you have the website for the second-hand clothing. Can you share some of the results about users? How many users do you have? How did you get the users? Can you see, do you track what kind of products they are interested in? Or what do you do with that data?
We developed this website on this week. So yes, these 5 days. So we don't have user, but so yeah, just we have data only we. Yes.
Well, you can try our website. Just type this link. You can do it right now. Oh, and I want to say something that if you want to use our website, this museum Wi-Fi just blocked our server. So if you want to, you need to use cellular data to go into our website.
So thank you so much, guys, for tackling this issue. I mean, very interesting. Would like to know whether you have anticipated logistical barriers across countries.
Country?
Have you anticipated, envisaged logistical barriers across countries, Asian countries?
80 countries.
Just barriers in different countries?
Yes.
When you sign in our website, you need to choose the countries where you're living in, so that where only you can see the some sales things in just the place where you're in. If you're in the Thailand, only you can see the Thailand things, the reform, the clothes thing.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Just a very quick clarifying question. You mentioned that one T-shirt uses over 2,700 liters of water, and I'm just trying to understand how you calculated that. The data that you've shared. I repeat, producing one T-shirt uses over 2,700 liters of water. How did you calculate that?
Oh, I just watched that in Korean news that there was some event that calling about the Earth.
A Korean program, we can get that data, so we insert that presentation.
The Korean news just want to warn to us that if you use our clothes, so many boys, so many clothes, and throw out so many clothes, it's gonna be broken. And we just found that news, and the 2,700 liter that was in the news, so I just wrote that.
So my follow-up question is, did you validate the data before using it in your analysis here and presenting it to us? You need to check your data, right? Triangulate it or double check.
Yes.
You need to double check. Did you have a chance to double check before putting it here? It's okay. I mean, I'm just asking. The reason why I'm asking is just for future reference. If you
Yes.
put some data for your analysis, you should be able to give us the, that it's a reliable data that you are using.
Yes.
That's the concept. The idea is that we want to see data that is reliable and correct over here. So it's helpful to understand whether it was you just heard about it and you put it in. So thank you. I mean, it's helpful. It's helpful, but it's not reliable, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In which countries do you think this can be used most? Obviously Korea, but do you consider initially more countries with a higher GDP, like Japan or something? Or do you think this can also be used in Thailand or Malaysia or Timor-Leste? Which countries would you consider first for this?
First, we think that in Korea and Japan, Chinese is the most. They're buying most of the clothes in the earth, and you can see that in Asia, people can buy the clothes at the shopping mall there, and we was searched, then we found some data that talks about the. If you speak like ASEAN, Africa, or Europe, if you just count it like that, the ASEAN is buying clothes more than another day.
And that is all from our judges today. Thank you very much, Team Korea. Please return the microphone onto the podium on your right and exit the stage on your left. Before we conclude the pitch session, we would like to share comments and feedbacks from the judging committee who have reviewed your written proposals.
Let us first hear from Dr. Krzysztof Finveshi from Finland.
Dear competitors, my name is Krzysztof Fenyvesi. I'm from Finland, but currently I'm based in Hong Kong, and I'm one of your judge. I've been very happy to read your fantastic works, and I wanted to share with you this beautiful view. I wish you to stay creative and also to flourish in your career. I hope to meet you one day as well. I was really happy to read your submissions, and warmest congratulations for your achievements. All the best to you.
And now, may I invite Dr. Fayo from UNESCO to the stage to give us some remarks.
I was going to speak from right here. You're making me walk. Thank you.
Please give Dr. Fayo a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. And on behalf of UNESCO, I would really like to thank our organizers, CMU STEM Ed, Dr. Saravanan, and Dr. Oravan, and all colleagues and friends who've invited us here today. This has really been a really inspiring day for me because, you know, we've witnessed something really fascinating. I saw the spark of curiosity amongst the youth. I saw creativity. We saw new ideas, original ideas, continuing ideas to issues that have, you know, we've been trying to address those issues for a very long time, but not finding solutions. And the youth today are coming up, and AI is like, you know, it's like cognitive horsepower. I use this word because it's like giving you this opportunity to take your ideas and use them to resolve issues which remain unsolved, which remain to, you know, they continue to bother us. And like debris, it's a clothing. I mean, that's so, these are Timor-Leste, the seaweeds. These are real issues. And you're looking at them with fresh eyes. So that was very, really stimulating for me to see that. In particular, I would like to say that, I mean, these are complex issues. These are not easy matters. And from climate adaptation and waste management to, you know, but you've, with empathy, with clarity, your proposals and your solutions, I felt really, there were 2 or 3 strengths that came out to me, and I would like to share those with you. I mean, the work that you are doing, it's really aligned with the Education for Sustainable Development mandate, the Sustainable Development Goals, and each one of you has really tackled very complex issues which contribute to helping achieve the SDGs. And that's really quite remarkable. And also, secondly, it's purpose-driven technology. It's not technology just for the sake of using AI, but you're using technology to harness it to resolve issues, which our generation may have even created, and now you have to solve. So it's a kind of a interesting situation. And I want to also say, last but not least, the way each team has presented the work, the clarity of your communications, the strength of your ideas, and your confidence, the way you really explained some very difficult ideas to us was very impressive. So congratulations to each one of you. We want to see you flourish and continue to work on these, keep refining them. Some of the ideas, actually most of the work is already very strong. And I also would like to say, please continue. This is the beginning of a process. Continue to develop them, continue to refine them, and stay in touch with each other. This has been such a unique opportunity because from the ASEAN countries, you've come together and you're learning about cross-border issues, and but actually in teams, we're all in the same room discussing these issues together. This is such a unique opportunity. When I was young, I never had these opportunities, and I don't know if any of the other grown-ups in the room had them. So please stay connected with each other. Your strength comes from your peer review and sharing of these ideas as you move forward and refining them further, and establishing these networks to proactively resolve these issues. So thank you very much and well done. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful speech. May I please ask you to remain on the stage? Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Krisachai Somsaman, Director of CMEO STEM Ed, onto the stage to present a token of appreciation to all of our judges.
And next, may I invite all esteemed judges to the stage. Okay, and now may I invite every judges in the middle of the stage to take a group photo. Thank you very much. So can everyone give a round of applause again for our hardworking judges?
Next up, on every table, everyone will be receiving a souvenir from Dr. Fayal from UNESCO.
Students, shouldn't you say thank you? And that concludes our competition for today. Let's give a round of applause for everyone's hard working and dedication. We will now have a break, and for this break, you can get the break set in front of the auditorium on your right hand side, and you may use this time for your rehearsal of your performances, and come back in your performances costume at 4:30 p.m. sharp for the exciting award ceremony. Thank you.